Good morning, everyone. How's everybody feeling this morning? I'd like to welcome you to the 2024 Youth Resilience Summit. My name is Kenisa Roan, and I'm on the board of the Youth of North Carolina. We're hosting this summit, and we are so excited that you're here with us today. So, the purpose of this summit is for us to come together so that we may network, so that we can reduce ACEs in our communities. We want to break down silos and build up bridges that connect all of our professions. In your little red bags that you got out front, you're going to find some pens and pads, and we want you to talk to people, not only the people that you came with, but people that you've never met before. There's a reason that all of us are here. And so that's going to be a really important part of this, is meeting new people and making connections. We want you to learn something new about the different people that are in here, and it's going to be really important because during our networking lunch, we're going to talk about that. So please do make it a point to sit with different people, not just the people you came with, but with other people, so that you can meet someone new and make those connections. We have a few people we want to thank before we get started. First of all, we'd like to thank Chief Justice Newby for taking this journey with us and for understanding the importance of minimizing ACEs and being an advocate endorsing the Youth Resilience Summit. So we thank him. We'd also like to thank our summit co-chairs, Ben David, Margaret Stargell, and Lonnie Poole and Dr. Barnes for jumping in and helping. We'd like to thank our community partners, New Hanover County Resilience Task Force, the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, and the Cape Fear Council, Boy Scouts of America. And with that, I would like to welcome Scout Braden to the stage.
Hello, my name is Braden Slozak. I am star rank working towards life rank, and one of my favorite things to do is go camping. I like to camp because I get to hang out with my friends outside and do outdoor activities. And now I would like to welcome the Troop 2-6 Color Guard. Please rise. Color Guard, advance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Post the colors. Color Guard, recover.
And now I feel special that I get to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Jim Allegretto. I've known him for most of my adult life. I don't want to age myself. I'm not going to tell you how long, but a very long time. But I can tell you that he is a man of integrity, and I'm so proud of him and the work he's doing with the Youth of North Carolina, and I think you're going to enjoy him speaking to you this morning. Let's give a round of applause for Jim as he comes out.
turnout. Wilmington really came out in strong force. We still have people waiting in line to register and get in the door. This is fantastic. I couldn't wait to get up this morning. I was so excited because today is the 2024 Youth Resilience Summit. And I couldn't wait to get out of bed because I knew that I was going to meet new people, learn new things, and make a greater impact. Youth of North Carolina collaborates with the 1,800 youth-serving organizations around the state. We do fantastic work, working with each and every one of you. And if you are one of those 1,800 youth-serving organizations, then thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can't say it enough. Thank you for what you do. There are so many great organizations from Wilmington here. Kids Making It, Coastal Horizons, and Cape Fear Council Boy Scouts of America. But people have come from other places to attend the 2024 Youth Resilience Summit. We have members from Surrey County School System, Columbus County Dream Center, and Representative Stephen Ross from Alamance County. And one of our presenters today, Dr. Alexi Lane, who, if you have the opportunity to get in on her program, is fantastic. Learn how to rejuvenate yourself. You guys work hard and you need it, is here from Charlotte, North Carolina. But we also need to thank our sponsors. So let's give a round of applause for Focus CFO, United Healthcare Communities, and the Lonnie and Carol Poole Family Foundation. Without sponsors like these, events like this cannot happen. We also need to thank Port City Community Church. Isn't this a fantastic place? I mean, look at the room that we're in. This is absolutely incredible. And if you have the chance to look around a little bit, we have the listening ear down the hallway, a great space for our vendors. Check each of them out. Youth of North Carolina was founded by Bill and Dory Goebel. Bill, Dory, where are you?
You gotta hold it, then give it to her first.
Good morning. I'm glad I didn't have to walk up there. Bill said he was going to make me talk first again. Thank you all so much for being here. Bill and I dreamed up Youth of North Carolina 8 years ago as kind of just a way to have fun and make some money to funnel to youth-serving organizations. And then it grew into this Resiliency Summit, of which this is the third that we have done in North Carolina and the fourth that we've been a part of. We partnered with the Boy Scout Council in Cleveland, Ohio, and Case Western Reserve and Cleveland Clinic, thank you, honey, to put one together last fall. Last night, we heard a bit of a word from Ben David, and he said something that really hit me, that resiliency is very important, but resiliency takes hope. And, this summit is meant to be able to build resilient hope into kids in North Carolina and across the country that so desperately need that in this time. So we very much appreciate you being here this morning.
Tough to follow that, I gotta tell you. They say behind every good man is a good woman, and I think it's the opposite. In front of a man is a strong woman plowing the way, and that's what I have here. A little history how this came about. Sharon Hurst, are you in here? Sharon Hurst was on Prevent Child Abuse North Carolina's board. She's the executive director, and Jim and I were going to put a youth protection symposium together like we do in Atlanta with the Boy Scouts. And we met her and Kelly Graves for lunch, and they said, how married are you to the word youth protection? And I said, well, you're the experts. What do you think? They said, you should call it resilience and address adverse childhood experiences. And I had never heard of adverse childhood experiences. And so they explained it to us, to Jim and I, and we said, we're changing the whole focus of this. We're going to go after resilience, education of ACEs, networking organizations, breaking down silos, and helping the youth. I always say, keep the main thing, and the main thing are our youth. If we stay focused on our youth and get them right at the beginning, they don't end up in the court systems. They don't end up in our jails, and they end up becoming strong citizens. So this is what all of you in this room do. You do it day in and day out. Do not get discouraged. You are making a huge impact. And Youth in North Carolina is going to be right alongside of you, helping. If there's anything we can do, Jim's the man to call, because he gets it done. And Dory and I are in the back seat enjoying the ride. So thank you for coming. We look forward to meeting you. And make sure that if you have a trigger, we have a group that you can go and sit and talk to. If some of these subjects trigger something in you, we've got a group that you can talk to over on the other side of the where the coffee is. So thank you again for coming.
Bill and Dory took a lifelong passion for working with youth and turned it into a mission-driven organization that has had a reaching impact of over 200,000 youth. And we know that we're going to exceed that this year with your help. Let's give it up for them. That is absolutely incredible. I stand here today to remind you that childhood trauma doesn't care if you're white, black, or brown. It doesn't care if you're young or old. It doesn't care what school you're in or what neighborhood that you live in. It doesn't care if you're short, tall, rich, or poor. Every person is different, with different challenges and different needs. But each person in this room knows someone who just needs a little help. I ask you, what makes the difference in quality of a person's life? Everyone needs someone. Either we're helping someone or someone is helping us. I have volunteered with the Boy Scouts of America since 2010, and I have served hundreds of scouts. Everyone was different. And because of that, I served with love, compassion, and enthusiasm. But just to be clear, that's not me. A few years ago, I took a group of scouts on a whitewater rafting adventure. Now, this is an adventure I was totally prepared for. Here's a group of our scouts when we're getting ready to shove off. See, I grew up on the south shore of Long Island in a small coastal community where after work, my dad would take me out on the boat and we would go clamming to get dinner or something. Now, if you don't know what clamming is, that's when you get into the water about waist deep and you twist your feet in the sand until you feel something hard, and then you reach down, you pick it up, and hopefully it's a clam. Now, growing up on the water, I knew about water safety. I know my knots, and I know that the bow of the boat is the front. But most importantly, I could read the current above and below the water. And this was helpful because we took 2 weeks to get our scouts prepared for this adventure. And my experience as a youth helped out a lot. Our group filled 3 rafts. Each raft had a guide, and then we had a spotter on a separate raft to look over all of us. On my raft, I had my son. I had a young scout by the name of Jaden, who couldn't swim, but he was determined. And then another adult who I just met for the first time that day. And we had a good group. We had lots of fun. But about 4 miles down the river, we hit a section of rapids that we could not see coming. My childhood experience didn't prepare me for this at that time. This was not the same. See, the raft went right, and then it went left, and then the back of the raft went straight up in the air. And my son and I, we looked at each other with fear on our face. And time kind of like just froze for a second as the color drained away from our skin. I remember thinking to myself, well, I guess we're going over. And the raft, it flipped. And I was pulled under the water, which felt like forever. And when I emerged, I was tangled up in some rope, bobbing next to the raft. And I remember very clearly the spotter reached out his hand and said, "Take my hand, I'm here to help you." And I refused. I said, "No, help Jaden and my son first. They need it more." A few seconds later, the spotter came back and got me loose because I could not get myself loose, even with all my experience growing up on the water. I learned a valuable lesson that day. No matter what we know or who we are, everyone needs someone. Just like I've helped hundreds of scouts over the years, that spotter helped me and my son. We're always helping someone or someone's helping us. I'm happy to say that Jaden learned how to swim and is now on the high school swim team. And my son has earned the rank of Eagle Scout. We all made it back to the campsite, and we still talk about this adventure today. Listen, no matter why you're here or what profession you're in, remember each one of you can make a difference in someone's life. And that's why I jumped out of bed this morning, because I was so excited to be able to meet new people, learn new things, and make a greater impact. Come on, say it with me. Meet new people, learn new things, and make a greater impact. Let's get this summit going. Thank you.
Wasn't that great? I told you he was good. So it's time for our first program, and I'd like to introduce our keynote speakers. District Attorney Ben David and Chief District Court Judge Jay Corping. They've worked together for over 25 years, giving justice and structure to communities. They have learned how to help the hopeless succeed through years of collaboration using the science of resilience and the evolving understanding of ACEs. Ben and Judge Jay will illustrate how the best practices can make the best out of the worst circumstances. Please welcome them to the stage.
Not only welcoming all of our out-of-town guests, but again to thank Bill and Dory Goebel, Jim Allegretto, and everybody behind this incredible event. Can we give them one more hand? And a warm welcome? We are so privileged to be here today. We thank you for your participation and attendance. The real stars are in the crowd, and what we really want to do is bring so many of you together who work in this space with our children to offer some words of hope, a common language for how to interact with each other and our children who we're serving, and to hopefully be reminded of why we do this work to begin with. You know, at night, sometimes terrible things happen, and superheroes are needed, and there's sometimes a bat that goes into the sky. For the last 25 years, I've been working with Batman. I don't know if you know it, but this right here is Batman, and for years, he's referred to me as Robin. Well, I'm within 2 weeks of being retired from this job. I'm far from retiring, but he's promoted me apparently. Very soon, he's going to give me a new job description, and I just can't even wait for it. But I'm going to first introduce Batman and see if we can't hear a little bit more about what I'm going to be doing next with him.
Sure. So hopefully we'll get our slide deck up here too, Superman. Yeah, so after 25 years, it's about time for Ben to graduate. Right, it's hard to keep looking at him as a sidekick. You know, especially as the Justice League goes after problems like childhood trauma in our community. It takes Batman and Superman working together. I've been thrilled to be the Bat. Some of you have known that for years. Others learn it. Some of you found that out today. Chief Justice Newby calls my juvenile justice building the Bat Cave. The Batmobile parks in the Sallyport. We're thrilled to be here with you today. We're thrilled that you're here. And yes, we're gonna talk about how the Justice League tackles childhood trauma. We're gonna talk about ACEs. And Dory, we're gonna talk about hope. Because I'm a hope dealer. If I can't instill hope in the populations that I serve, child welfare population, juvenile justice population, then I'm a failure. Because hope is the path forward. We're going to talk about resilience, and resilience is important. This is a resilience summit. And part of resilience is bouncing back, right? It's bouncing back. Think of a ball dropping and bouncing back. Well, what if back is hell? That's not enough. Hope is the path forward. Ben?
And why don't we start with the Constitution, because many of us swear to uphold it every day, and it starts with these words. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice. Why are we talking about what we do as a chief district court judge and a district attorney? Quite simply, we're doing our jobs right now because the why of what we do is because of the who. Judge Corpening, what is the why and who is the who?
So the why is, how do we make this place better? How do we make our world better? Dialing it down, how do we make our community better, safer, more successful? The why is because of the who. Who do we work for, Ben?
We work for the people. They've always been our boss.
The people are our boss. We work for the people. We serve the people who walk in the front doors of our courthouse, of our courtrooms. They're our why. They're our why. We've got to be successful for them.
And many of them are in crisis when they come in. And that's what it means to be more trauma-informed. We know that we have to recognize the signs of trauma, and we need to respond to it with a coordinated approach. And then we need to make sure that we are not re-traumatizing them in the process. And that is what our Chief Justice, Paul Newby, asked us to do 3 years ago, to go to 100 counties and have this Judicial District 42 strategies, making sure that we were going to be more trauma-informed. And so in order to do that, we all had to get on the same page with each other and first recognize that people see things from a different point of view. You might be familiar with this picture, but take a good look. What do you see when you first look at the screen? Some people see two people about to kiss. And other people see a chalice or a cup. Actually, there's both of those images. And when we see people before us in a courtroom, very frequently we see different things from each other. We all have to understand that there might be 2 points of view that both need to be understood to see the whole picture. And the same thing happens with the us versus them mentality that so frequently pervades. Sometimes people say, you know what we need to do? We need to do more criminal justice reform. And other people say, you know what we really need to do? We need to be more about law and order. You know what we need to do? Both. You can actually love and support the men and women of law enforcement, as I do and always have, and be very sincere about wanting to be more perfect with how we deliver justice. You see, the Constitution contemplated that we're a human system, and we were always going to need to evolve, to change, and to be better. And so what we are trying to do today and moving forward is come up with new and innovative ways to see the whole picture instead of just one side. Jay?
So can we agree as we leave here today that we're going to be yes and people?
Not either or.
Not
yes
either
and.
or, but yes and. Can we agree on that today? So Ben and I have changed. We've worked together for a long time. Part of that's I lost all my hair.
Me too.
I first met Ben 25 years ago. I was the judge for one of his first cases.
Day after Columbine, literally it was my first day on the job. And you might remember if you were here back then, but 500 kids checked out of Hoggard High School because there was a threat, a bomb threat, that next day. And I was literally standing next to a 16-year-old and a 17-year-old, because back then you were considered an adult if you were under the age of 18. In fact, if you were over the age of 16. And so these two kids who just simply sent out a threat on the internet, and that was pretty new back in 1999, they just said the end is near. And now here they were in shackles and in orange jumpsuits, literally chained to adults who are 45 years old. Do you think they recognized when they were funning around that it was going to cause a coordinated response of over $250,000 from local law enforcement and shut down the school for the next 3 days? Do you think they knew it was going to go on their permanent record? Do you think they knew that they were going to be in a jail cell? You know, it's too late to have an adult conversation with our kids after they've been given a right to remain silent. And so right there, even on that first day of work, I turned to this man who was already well established of being not only a judge, but a defense attorney and working in civil practice before that. I said, we have to do something. And so what we did back then is created something called teen court, where we diverted these things out of the juvenile justice system and out of the adult system back then for people who were older than 16 and put them in front of a jury of their peers, where we had not only a jury that was teenagers, but also prosecutors, defense attorneys, bailiffs, and clerks. We said, we're not going to look at these kids as a part of the problem, but a part of the solution. And we're going to make sure that they have an ownership stake in what they're doing and teachable moments, not punishment, but discipline. And that same word disciple, to teach, is what we're talking about with discipline. And that was our first early partnership with each other, to keep it off their records for first-time offenders and say, if this is the worst thing you ever do, it's still a great life. But that journey that started 25 years ago on April 21st, 1999, has led us onto this stage today to talk about all the things that have caused us to change even since that moment.
Right, and so part of the change is that in the 90s, we responded to the behavior and punished the behavior, thinking, yeah, we're going to change things. Remember zero tolerance on drugs? Boy, that worked. Here we are. We're still in an opioid epidemic, right? I mean, no one talks about it. We're still in an opioid epidemic.
Just say no.
Two people, three
Just
people.
say, Jay, just say no. How's that working out?
Yeah, that worked too, right? So how about we learned how to address the root cause of the behavior and deal with the root cause of the behavior? That's part of the metamorphosis that Ben and I have been through, is learning that we needed to find a way to identify and address root cause of behavior, because if we're going to be successful in responding to that behavior, then we've got to address the root cause. We've got to shift the conversation from what did you do to what happened to you. We've got to shift that conversation. That's been part of our metamorphosis.
Jay, tell them about the best movie and best book you've read and watched recently.
So shameless pitch, 2 o'clock this afternoon, Javane Skiba and I are going to be screening the movie Resilience. Hope you'll think about joining us. I've watched lots of movies in my life. I probably own, 600, 700. I'm a movie geek. Resilience is the most powerful movie I've ever watched in my life. Resilience changed my life. I knew about ACEs before I watched the movie. I knew that bad things happen to kids. Think about where I work. You know, I live and work in child welfare and juvenile justice. You know, I see the bad stuff. I see stuff that my friends don't even think exists in our community. When I watched Resilience and learned how profoundly childhood trauma affects us as adults, about how childhood trauma changes the brain and the body, I was devastated. It's important for us to understand how significant this is, because then that steps up our response as we work in the places where we all work. So Resilience, the biology of stress, the science of hope, join us at 2 o'clock. So I told you I was a hope dealer. I didn't fully understand how important it was for me to be a hope dealer until I read Hope Rising, written by Casey Gwinn. Casey Gwinn is a former Ben David, except on if you can imagine, a bigger scale.
San Diego.
3.5 million people, a third the size of North Carolina, right? They're city attorneys out there instead of district attorneys. Casey Gwinn started the first family justice center in America, went on Oprah. All of a sudden, George Bush has him at the White House saying, I want you planting these all over the country. How many now, Ben?
150 in America and almost 150 worldwide.
And a new one in Wilmington.
As of yesterday. Let's give everybody a hand at the CJC.
Did you make that announcement yesterday?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. I'm going to be the new CEO of that CJC. I can't even wait to get started. Can't even wait. All right, so one thing Casey and I talked about at dinner a year ago that inspired me to get on this journey to open up a Family Justice Center Plus here, and I'll get to the plus in a minute, is when we talked more about hope. I want everybody at some point, not during this session obviously, but get on your phones and just type in hopescore.com. You see, hope is actually a strategy. I know that we say hope is not a strategy, maybe not in business, maybe not on a basketball court. Here's where hope is a strategy. Hope is a strategy when you're talking about healing. In fact, it is the strategy. So I was at a gas station the other day, and this happens to me wherever I go now. A woman who I've put in jail before comes up to me, and you think I might be scared. But actually, I don't have Secret Service protection and never have. This woman walked up to me and gave me a hug. You saved my life. Getting me off the street, away from my pimp, away from my dealer, you saved my life. She's torn up with tattoos. She has a couple of ear piercings. And as I'm talking to her, I look in the car and I see what turned out to be a 5-year-old little girl and a 2-year-old little boy in the back seat. And she said, I want you to meet my children. I'd love to. Had challenge coins, I gave them one. I said, I don't want to pry too much, but you seem okay now. And she started talking to me about how it really is out there and where she would get her heroin. And she said, Mr. David, I've been clean and sober for 7 years. James Faison saved my life. See, James is not only a judge and a former prosecutor. In fact, I was with him the day the governor called back in 2000 to say, how about becoming a judge? And that was one of the best days in the history of this district. If you agree with that, can you clap? I mean, seriously now. But here is James, not only as a judge, but he's also a pastor. And you know about the separation of church and state? That's the left side of James's brain and the right. And when he's up on that bench, I can feel him in drug treatment court trying to go over here instead of over here. And what I tell him is, the church and the state, while they're separate, they've always been the two institutions that the Pilgrims built first before they built their own homes in the city square. The courthouse on one side was thou shalt not, right? It set the floor. The church was more aspirational. It's what you move towards. Over here we say, the truth hurts. Over here we say, the truth will set you free. And here's James in a courtroom trying to make sure that he's focusing on the law instead of his Sunday job. And this woman said to me, I said, what saved your life? How did you finally say yes to all the treatment we've been trying to say to you all these years? And she said, it's this simple, Ben. The drugs were bigger than me, so I had to find something bigger than the drugs to believe in. There it was right there. So here's hope, just so you know. Hope is a strategy. It has two parts. One is willpower and one is way power. The willpower, and when you're working with children, when you're working with adults, if they're not ready to change, then you're pouring into a cup that's already full. Anything times zero is still zero if you're trying to do math, right? So we can go to someone who's unhoused out on the street and say, great news, we've got 3 hots and a cot. If they're not ready to accept that help, it's not gonna happen. We can turn to a woman who's been abused 100 times by her husband and say, we have a shelter, we have a domestic violence protective order, we have a job waiting for you, get out. And if she says, I still wanna be with him, you're not there yet. And if someone is not ready to admit they have a problem, that's the first step to solving it when we're talking about addiction, right? And so the first thing about your hope score you have to understand is personal agency. And our goal is, at the CJC, is to say we are gonna remove every barrier between crisis and career except free will. You still have to make a choice. So that is the first part of the score. What is the willpower of that child, that individual before you? But the second thing is way power. Way power, and that gets into resources. Rights without resources can be empty promises. And just as defendants have rights in our Constitution, so do victims. We actually have a Bill of Rights in the North Carolina Constitution just for victims. And this community justice center that we've just started is gonna be wraparound services, 30 people all working together, 24 cops and prosecutors, along with Rape Crisis, DSS, Domestic Violence Shelter and Services, Carousel Center. We're going to have the 20 nonprofits in the Harrelson Center called Hope. That's the idea between hope being a strategy and just being an empty promise.
Do you think this is a good time to talk about Promise Keepers?
Yes, please.
Sometimes hope is a spark. Have you ever been in a totally dark room? And I have young women come to me who've just had a baby. They've been fighting the demons of opioid abuse for years, since their early teens. They've alienated their families, they've stolen from their families. They have a baby, their baby is a neonatal abstinence syndrome baby, suffering, and DSS comes and says, we're taking custody of your child. Brand new baby. Pretty dark place, right? Already fighting the demons of opioid abuse, new baby, no place to go, and DSS takes your baby. And she comes to court for her first court hearing. That happens within 7 days of DSS coming and knocking on the nursery door. And there are rights that I have to go through with that young mother. And we talk about those rights, and then I circle back to her, and I ask her, are you okay today? Are you connected with the resources that you need to help you? Because we've got people. Coastal Arises is in the room. There's some of our people. We've got people that can help. Is there anything I can do to support you? Is there anything I can do to connect to you? Depending on her answers, the conversation goes on for a bit, and then I circle back and I say, I need you to promise me to stay alive until I see you next week. Can you feel that? That's a hard conversation. But she may have already died and been brought back to life. We talked about separation of church and state. I talk about dying and being reborn almost on a weekly basis. Narcan brings people back. And I ask her to tell her that I believe in her. I believe that she can be successful. I believe that she can battle the demons of opioid abuse. Do you know what? I've got a group of people I call promise keepers that have been successful. They have stayed alive. They've battled those demons, and they've gotten their children back. And it starts with a spark of hope.
And Jay, speaking of this siloed approach that so many people seem to be in and versus building community, what do you mean when you look at this picture and see these grain silos just standing next to each other?
Our kids don't live in silos. We work in silos. We've worked in silos for decades, but we can't. That's why days like today are so important. Thanks, Bill and Dory. Thanks, Jim, for bringing us together, because we've got to work together across systems to meet the needs of our children and families who suffer so much in our communities.
And, you know, we are shaped by water in this region. We have the mighty Atlantic to the east, and we have the Cape Fear River to the west. And shaped by all of this water has also helped shape my thinking. And I want to share with you just a parable that I recently heard that hopefully points up why we are here today. So there was a man floating down the Cape Fear River, still alive, and first responders jumped in to save him and to immediately administer CPR. And then, just as they were congratulating themselves on a job well done, they see another person floating, and then another one. And so the natural response was for more first responders to jump in. And as the problem grew, more and more kept coming, more and more first responders, maybe some of you, jumped into the water to do a good job and save people. And then one enterprising person said,
Ben David,
maybe we should walk up the river and see where everybody's coming from. And so they walked, and then they see a bridge. They see all these people walking across this bridge. And as they get onto the bridge, they realize there's a big hole in it. And people are falling through. These are the people that are going to be drowning downstream. And simply by repairing the bridge, they stop the problem upstream from happening. And so what I want to talk to you about today, this 25-year journey that Batman has taken me on, is while these kids are still upstream in their lives and they're going to be drifting down years later into the criminal justice system and washing onto our shores as drug addicts or violent criminals or people who keep getting re-victimized, why don't we turn back the clock in their lives and go right to their childhood and understand the science of ACEs, the science that can actually not only solve cases like DNA or fingerprints or ballistics, but science that can actually prevent cases from ever occurring if we only understand it and speak the same language. To understand this a little bit more, we have to understand this picture. Now, when a child falls off a bicycle and breaks their arm or skins their knee, that is a traumatic event. That's called acute trauma. That's a bad hour, but we're going to fix that. This, what you're looking at now, is a bad childhood. And 22% of our children, before their 18th birthday, will be investigated for abuse, neglect, or dependency. That's the epidemic that's feeding all the other epidemics. This right here is why we are here today. Because there are very predictable outcomes that await this child. And if we understand that she might be huddling in the corner because he's drunk again, he's in a fight with mom again, maybe he's abusing her again, maybe he's climbing into bed with her at night again, that little child is caught in a fight or flight syndrome but has nowhere to run. And over time, there are toxins being released into her body. It's literally changing the shape of her brain. It is ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, day in and day out, that is quite literally releasing cortisone into her body and causing later ischemic heart disease and diabetes and all the other maladies from a social determinants of health standpoint that's going to really affect her, but it's also going to drive her into harming herself and harming others. Because here's what I've learned after 25 years of being a prosecutor. Today's victim is tomorrow's defendant. Stated another way, traumatized people end up traumatizing other people. And so if we can go upstream to this picture and repair the bridge in her life, the path to a brighter future is before us. But if we don't, it's a different story. Jay, who are we looking at right now?
So meet Amber. I first met Amber before 1999. Amber was in my child welfare caseload years ago. Absent father, mother didn't take care of she and her sibling. This is, by the way, not a yearbook photo, it's a mugshot. It started with shoplifting.
What is it now, Jay?
This is what crack cocaine looks like. In just a short period of time, Amber had turned to crack. And of course, the dealers didn't tell Amber that crack would attack your body.
What about now, Jay?
This is what heroin looks like. Just a few short years. And by the way, in 1999, Amber was 19 years old. But 2010, that's what heroin has done. And by the way, now she's turned from shoplifting to prostitution.
What about now, Jay?
This is Amber serving a life sentence 30 days at a time. Do the math on how old she is in 2023. She was 19 in 1999. This is what childhood trauma looks like. Childhood trauma is the gateway drug. It's not pot, it's not weed. Childhood trauma.
And she doesn't look at drugs as the problem. She's been in our drug treatment court for years. She looks at drugs as the solution. She's medicating her pain. She's harming herself to escape a terrible reality. What can't we treat at age 35 or however old we are in her journey right now? We can't go back to that little girl and fix everything that we could have at the time. So what we're all trying to do is rally the troops and get upstream and say we have to be bridge builders. Right now, it can't wait. Every kid in our community or around this state has only one childhood. And we are going to put the next district attorney, the next chief district court judge out of business if you're on our team working together on this. Hard pivot.
And by the way, we didn't serve Amber very well in the 90s when she was in our caseload. That's why our metamorphosis has been so important. And by the way, Amber's brother,
we're going to get to him in just a little bit, but hold that thought because I want to first get to Little Papa, my first client. He was in a car ready to drive off to Toys R Us right in front of Johnson's Grocery on 10th and Dawson, across the street from Gervais. The park in the center of it is now named Demetrius Green Park after him. He was shot in the head by a stray bullet in a war not of his own making. We see the gang violence out there. The murder trial that I just finished 3 weeks ago, same case, just around the corner. Young man delivering food to friends, standing next to a bunch of other young men, a rival gang that was upset about what happened in Creekwood the night before, drove down to Garden Lake Estates and just saw the crowd and just started spraying bullets, 12 of them actually, from 2 different handguns. And Jakai Dakine, age 20 years old, shot and killed instantly. Lived up in Hampstead, just came down to see some friends and deliver some barbecue to them from a cookout up there from guys he knew from Pee Wee football. You know, when people say Black Lives Matter, I've been saying that for years. Because in the time I've been district attorney, this is what my client looks like. 81% of the murder victims in Wilmington in the time I've been district attorney have been people of color and below the poverty line. Little Papa did nothing wrong, and poverty is not a crime. We should not be proud of ourselves today that there are still 7 identified food deserts, that we have clustered poverty in housing, public housing, some people call it, the projects, some people call it, only place in all of Southeast North Carolina that has it. And yet we have an endowment with over $1 billion. I mean, won't you agree that what we should be spending it on is adverse childhood experiences and adverse community environments? If you agree with that, why don't you give a clap? So we wanted to learn a little bit more about where our children are coming from. And Jay, what did we find when we just started mapping crime?
So this is called crime mapping. This is utilizing the ShotSpotter technology that our city has. We can identify within just a few feet where gunfire happens. And so we started with crime mapping, looking at where the gunshots happened, and then went to look at, well, what does that neighborhood look like? So this is the youth enrichment zone. This is what the Blue Ribbon Commission came out of. Ben and some other folks went to Harlem and looked at the youth enrichment zone in Harlem and came back, and when we looked at this zone, this is a high crime area. It's a high victim area. And what does that neighborhood look like when we looked at the demographics, Ben?
Well, the kids were largely lacking structure, and when you don't have it at home, you find it in each other. Kids hunger for structure. They actually want the adults to be in charge. And I have come to know the grandmothers that are raising these children and the single moms raising them really well, and they are desperate for you to succeed. And they welcome and want the community that's in this room right now. The best part about my job by far is I get to meet everyone. The worst part about my job is how I get to meet them. Hugging a mom and say her child's not coming home is by far the worst part of what I've had to do over the last 25 years. But here's what we found. When we went into the youth enrichment zone, we actually sent a social worker under roof to just start knocking on the doors of the middle school that was closing down, the same middle school that Michael Jordan went to, DC Virgo. It had an F on its report card that schools had closed it down and we were going to reopen it as a school of excellence. Laptops for every kid, stretch the school day, uniforms, partner with UNCW. All that came to pass. While we were up in Harlem, we also saw this all-girls school called the Young Women's Leadership Network. Judy Gerard introduced me to that. And the next thing you know, we fly up a few school officials and the mayor, and we started something called GLOW, the first all-charter female school in the state. And they said, you will succeed starting in 6th grade. And that by the time she graduates, and we just graduated our first class last year, 95% of them are going to college. And while demographically we knew that first generation bound kids from the zone, only 8 of them out of 100 would go to college, we know that 92%, if the 20-year look at Harlem's just the same, 92, not 8, will graduate from college one day. Unbelievable what we can do when we all work together. But here's what we found. In those first 84 homes we visited with 256 kids, there were a total of 4 dads. You know, I've heard that the ruin of a nation begins in the homes of its people. I've also heard, and I'm a child of divorce myself, that you can be broke and not broken. And I don't like the term broken family. The only thing that happened to me and my brother, who's the district attorney across the bridge, by the way, when my parents got divorced, they stayed friends, they never put us in the middle, and they both got together with other people that I couldn't imagine life without. So I inherited 2 additional parents. You have to involve the family. You have to involve the family as the building block of everything we're doing. We don't give up on people. All the things that we do down at the courthouse is how do we get these children back in the lives of their parents? Even if some of them are incarcerated, we're starting to have ministries where we send the kids in there to get to know their dads. We have to do a better job of keeping people connected to the family members in their lives. But it all started with what's not on Wilmington's postcards, because we knew that these problems were bigger than we could solve ourselves. Jay, what are the social determinants of health and what are we looking at now?
So, did you know these things about our community? Chamber of Commerce doesn't put this out there, right? But these are our reality. This is where I work. This is where I live. I see young wannabes who are either wanting to be in a gang or new gang members. Part of my world in meeting adverse community environments is sitting in a training room beside my juvenile courtroom with Ben David and Ashton Herring, talking to a mom about how we get her son home from a facility where he's been committed so that they can grieve their murdered son sibling. I never thought I would have to have conversations like that. Adverse community environments playing out in real life. How about the opioid addicted births at our hospital? Kids who are experiencing trauma in vitro, born addicted to opioids. These are hard numbers. People in our community still dying.
So Jay, who is this we're looking at?
So,
Robin.
So this morning I had that blue suit and that tie hanging out, and I said, "Oh wait, that's on a slide. I can't."
I have more than one tie. Jay wears a robe all day.
So the guy in the middle is the guy that brought us all here, really, Vincent Folletti.
He's in the movie.
Pardon me?
He's in the movie that we're about to watch later this afternoon.
He sure is. In fact, the movie Resilience features Dr. Folletti. Ben and I had a chance to be in San Diego in April and actually sit down and interview Dr. Folletti. What a moment for Ben and I to talk to the guy who thought up the Adverse Childhood Experiences study along with Rob Anda. This is so important. It's life-changing, life-altering. And for Ben and I to be able to sit down and talk to Dr. Folletti about how out of an obesity clinic at San Diego Kaiser Permanente Health System, the ACEs study was born.
So here's what happened. Dr. Folletti was seeing all of these patients. That's what he ran in an obesity clinic that weren't just a little heavy. We're talking my 600-pound life heavy. And he developed a formula kind of like Gatorade that you can drink it and actually live on it for a whole year without eating anything. You can't drink water, you need other things, but you can do something with electrolytes and everything else. He had developed this formula and he had become very well known in California for treating extreme obesity. And you know what happened when hundreds of his patients lost the weight? Some of them automatically gained it back almost overnight. And so he's like, we were doing so well, your self-esteem was up here, we had a celebration, and then it happened. What's going on? Why are you walking backwards from such a great moment? And so he started asking a couple of the guys in his study, prison guards actually, and they said, our weight's our armor. We throw our weight around behind bars, and we feel a little bit more vulnerable when we're smaller. And then he asked some of the women, and what they said is, it was kind of triggering for me to get down to a normal size and suddenly get the unwelcome attention from some of my male colleagues. These are their words, not mine. Overweight is overlooked, and I want to be invisible again. He asked a throwaway question to one of his patients, and it changed the arc of, I believe, medicine. He said, I don't mean to pry, but how much did you weigh when you first had relations? 72 pounds. Wait, what? I was 11 years old. Wait, she was an incest survivor. So he gathered 300 patients and just asked them a simple question. Are you a victim of child sexual abuse? 55% of the extremely obese patients in his study said yes. 55%.
And this is middle class, health insured
San Diego.
patients in San Diego Kaiser Permanente Health System.
So what he stumbled into is something called the social determinants of health. You've probably heard of that term. That's where it got popularized. So what he did is he presented his findings to a room of people just like this in Atlanta in a place called the Center for Disease Control. There was an epidemiologist in the back of the room named Robert Anda who heard it and said, no one's going to believe that study. The sample's too small, maybe it's off. So let's embed a patient survey into the Kaiser Permanente area hospitals in San Diego with 3.5 million people. And these are the 10 questions they asked in a confidential doctor-patient setting. So instead of asking about heart disease and diabetes, This patient history asked what are now commonly referred to as the 10 ACE questions. You get a yes for every time you answer one of these questions, yes. So if your parents were divorced, that's a yes. If one of them's incarcerated, think again to adverse community environments, you get another point. Have you witnessed domestic violence? How about that girl huddled in the corner? Drug use? How about on the open-air drug transactions? Food insecurity? Thank you, Nourish NC. I look out and I see so many of you who work with our children whose ACE scores are 5, 6, 8. So here's what we know after 35 years of studying over 400,000 patients who initially took that survey. And we know this beyond a reasonable doubt. If I was in a courtroom, I could prove it to a jury. We know this, it's science. The first thing is, if you have a 4 or higher on this score, you're 70% more likely to be involved in the criminal justice system one day as a defendant or a victim than if you answer 0 or 1. 5 or higher, 62% of our IV drug users on Market Street right now, 62% have a score of 5 or higher. And because of all those things that wear on you, the ischemic heart disease, diabetes, all the things it does to your immune system when you're that little kid huddled in the corner or living in public housing where gunshots are all around you, 6 or higher, 20-year less life expectancy than people who answer 0 or 1. Did you just hear that? Now, that's what we know beyond a reasonable doubt. And doctors and Folletti put these into a category. Jay, what are we looking at?
So they divided into things that happened to you as a child and things that happened in your household. So were you abused or neglected as a child? Were there household dysfunction things that happened when you were a child? These are the 10 ACEs questions broken down into what happened to you and what happened in your home.
And what are we looking at here? Because these are frequently referred to as the pair of ACEs.
So the pair of ACEs, we introduced the pair of ACEs with Amber and Little Papa, right? It's the adverse childhood experiences, which are the tree, and the adverse community environments, which are the roots. They all impact our children and our families.
And when we talk about the social determinants of health, basically the higher the ACE score, the higher all the stuff you don't want right here. But more importantly, for our purposes in the courts anyway, the higher the ACE score, the higher all this other stuff that you don't want. Now, if this is depressing to you, if as I did the first time I learned about this, I was sitting in that crowd and calculating my ACE score. Jay, do you feel comfortable sharing yours?
My score is 4.
How are you here?
I'm here because I had caring adults in my life that were the significant protective factor in my life. Now, do I still talk to my cardiologist about whether my congestive heart failure is connected to my childhood trauma? I do. We don't know. Did it increase my risk? Yes.
And, you know, if we could eradicate those ACEs, this study that's in a wonderful book called The Body Keeps the Score, even if the mind forgets, the body keeps the score. We know that we could do so much to end the jobs that all of us do if we simply go upstream and repair the bridge and bring hope and healing to our children. And that's really what we're here about, because we are not here to curse the darkness. We're here to light a candle, and I have wonderful news. An ACE score is not a death sentence. An ACE score that's high is actually just a red flag that's waving in the air that says, this is the one we need to help the most. It turns out that there's something called resilience. There's something called hope. And if we get to children, when it's happening, we can bring them all the way back, change the arc of their future, and actually have a different trajectory in their lives from anything that was ever possible, because as we've learned, PACEs overcome ACEs. Jay, what are we talking about?
So positive childhood experiences are the great balancer. We know that we can mitigate the effects of childhood trauma. The brain continues to grow. This is brain science. You know, in childhood trauma, just a preview, if you join us for the movie Resilience, when that childhood brain is responding to trauma, the animal brain is overworking itself. and it grows and it grows and it grows. The thinking part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex, doesn't grow, actually shrinks. We can counteract that with positive childhood experiences. Look at these 7 things. These are all positive childhood experiences. Some of them happen in the home, but some of them happen in the community. Look what happens in the community. These 4 happen in the community. Who's the community?
Your
We
community.
are. We are the community. We have the ability to impact kids who suffer from childhood trauma. Think back a few slides ago to the health outcomes. Think if we can prevent some of those health outcomes. Talk about saving lives, and yes, talk about saving money. What about if we can prevent some of those diseases as adults? We can change lives.
I challenge every leader, every CEO listening to do the same thing that I tried to implement 20 years ago when I was put in charge of the largest law firm here in Wilmington. I gave every one of my employees 2 hours off each week to go volunteer in the community, to go walk upstream. And you know, we knew that these arms of outreach to help our children, to repair the bridge, we couldn't do it alone. Yes, it started with us. We are one arm of the starfish. This is the structure for belonging. That's really what community is. It's the structure for belonging. So we said, you know, we don't need to just fight crime with building more jail cells. We need to fight crime by building community. The same jail that closed to become the Harrelson Center the year I became district attorney, it closed because they projected they were going to need to double its size in 20 years. Well, here we are exactly 20 years later. And you know what? It's the same size jail now as it was 20 years ago, and we have a lower crime rate. Why? Because we're working smarter. Because while we do need to send all the violent and career criminals to prison, and we do a very good job with that, we need to focus on care, treatment, rehabilitation, and second chances for our children, for drug addiction, for mental illness, for our unhoused. No one thinks that that occupies a jail cell, not any serious discussion. We need to do something different. And so what we did is we worked with the schools. We could spend a lot of time today, and we just don't have it, and I wish we did, but we reduced violent crime in the youth enrichment zone by 28% by increasing graduation rates by 25% over the next 3 years. Because 2 out of 3 kids in our jail tonight are high school dropouts. So keeping them in school, if you have that after-school program, if you're an educator, #1 predictor for success is graduating from high school, getting a job, and then getting married before you have a kid of your own. 98% chance that kid will never live in poverty if you follow those 3 steps in that order. Graduate high school, get a job, get married. It's called the success sequence. Look it up online. The business community stepped up. You've heard of hometown hires, the Streets and Equal Opportunity Employer. We held the expungement clinics to get those scarlet letter F for felony off people's record. And then we got them job ready and back into the marketplace. That was 500 people ago. We did the same thing with the faith-based community in the Harrelson Center, buying that old place of incarceration and turning it into a center for transformation, putting their faith into work. And then we worked with the nonprofit community, many of you, and said, let's all start stroking in the same direction. And then we went to the center of the starfish. And Jay, that's where we got into something called resilience.
We did, and you know, I think back all those years ago, Ben, when Mebane Boyd asked us to come to an event at what's now Life Point Church. And she asked me to keep everybody in the room and then asked you to take point. We watched the movie Resilience that day. And then the question was, okay, what comes next? And what came next was the Resilience Task Force, which many of you are a part of. And it has been transformative work in our community in terms of educating our community about childhood trauma, about ACEs, about resilience.
And what did we do next, Jay?
So let me tell you what Ben did next, because Ben took our idea of our Resilience Task Force to the Chief Justice of the North Carolina Supreme Court, Paul Newby, and said, we need to change our court system. We need to educate our court system. We need to transform our court system. And Ben pitched the idea of an ACEs Informed Task Force to Chief Justice Newby, and guess what? He said yes. Now, let's talk about the dynamics of that, because this isn't about politics. This isn't about red or blue. This is not Democrat, Republican. This is about children. Paul Newby, conservative, Chief Justice, Republican. Ben David, 20-year elected DA, Democrat. Jay Corpening, 100-year elected. We rode horses to work when I first went on the bench.
And how, well, tell about the diversity of this task force.
So we created a task force to come together for 2 years to work on how we can be more ACEs informed. It was important that we be diverse in every respect. So urban, rural, mountains to the sea, all different positions within the court system, including some folks who were not in the court system. But from across the state, this group came together and spent 2 years looking hard at how we can transform our court system.
And we decided to all get on the same page by saying we need a common language. So we created a bench card, how we talk to people in front of us. Remember, recognizing and then responding and not re-traumatizing, right? When people come into the courthouse, to actually flip the script. Because what we used to see when we saw a problem child, we said, what's wrong with you? Then we realized there's no such thing as a problem child. There's only a child with problems. What we should be asking is this question. In other words, focus on whether there's real ACEs before you. Change the noun to a verb is another way to look at it. When you do, you shift your focus. She's not a prostitute, she's being prostituted. Now we call it human trafficking. We go after the pimps and the Johns, not her. He's not a drug addict, he's a young man struggling with addiction. We can fix that. If you actually think about it from a trauma-informed lens, you get right action in front of you, and what you end up doing is showing compassion and care to these children, and you change the arc of their future in the process.
So one of the things that as a task force we recommended and we continue to work for is change in crime victim compensation. So little Papa on the left, on your left, crime victim compensation paid for his funeral. How about we pay for the services for the little girl in the corner that she needs so that she doesn't become tomorrow's defendant? So we are pushing crime victim compensation reform.
And how about affordable home ownership for little Papa's family?
How about that?
And what do we got here, Jay?
So how about our folks that are experiencing substance misuse? Remember what we talked about? Childhood trauma increases the likelihood of being affected by substance misuse as an adult. How about we fully fund recovery courts in North Carolina? How about we do that?
And by the way, this is the trauma-informed court space that was built during the pandemic in a lovely building, this Department of Juvenile Justice, that I've renamed the Corping Center, and I hope everyone else does one day too. What are we looking at here, Judge?
This is one of the most exciting things to come down the pipe in a while. New Hanover County is one of the pilot sites for safe baby courts in North Carolina. There are 5 pilot sites. There are 2 that are up and running. New Hanover is just enrolling. Yancey and Mitchell in the West just enrolling. Shout out to my DSS partners who are in the room. We're very excited about this. We have the opportunity to reduce time to permanence for babies aged 0 to 3 by half. Do you feel that? Can we talk about interrupting childhood trauma? Can we talk about mitigating the effects of childhood trauma? Can we talk about preventing further childhood trauma? Can we talk about building the protective factors in those children's lives so that they're not adversely impacted by what happened to them?
And so here's why we are called the Community Justice Center and not just the Family Justice Center. Family Justice, of course, focuses on what's going on in the home, the little girl huddled in the corner, that ACEs. And then there's also adverse community environments, gang violence, that we're also going to be focusing on, and that's something that nowhere else in America it's really doing. And here's what just inspired me to even think along those terms. 1 year ago, almost to the day, there was a car whizzing by this very church right there out on the main highway. He had just come from Wrightsville Beach where he tried to murder a woman and 2 children. The night before, he shot a woman who was walking her dog indiscriminately, shooting her 6 times. She called her family, not 911, to say goodbye. Fortunately, she lived. They called 911. He had shot up another house 10 minutes before that. We had a random act of violence, someone who was truly going out hunting humans. He was killed right in front of the Olive Garden on Market Street and shut down traffic for 4 hours. Some of you might remember that. You've heard it on the TVs. You saw the press reports. You know who that young man was, the trigger man? He was Amber's brother. In other words, he grew up in the same high ACE environment. Guys, if we really go after ACEs, if we can go back to that little boy, that little girl, the one that is frankly in a place called hell, and get them to a place called hope, we are not only going to reduce the opioid epidemic and the cars and homes being broken into to support that habit, but we're going to prevent a lot of the violent crime that we see next. Today's victim doesn't have to be tomorrow's defendant. High crime areas do not have to be high victim areas, but it takes all of us, and that's what the Community Justice Center is really all about.
So let's go to the next slide. This is our team. I'm actually on the board of the Community Justice Center. I'm thrilled to be on the board. I'm thrilled that in just 2 weeks, Ben David will work for me. I've mentioned that to him several times in the last
I don't like
few
that.
days.
We got to come up with something different on that, Jeff.
This is our team, but we wanted to talk for a minute about vicarious trauma. Our law enforcement brothers and sisters, some of whom are in the room, experience vicarious trauma every day. They run into places that we run from, and they're affected by it. You know, I used to make jokes about vicarious trauma and about self-care until one day it got me. One day I'm sitting there in the courtroom and I couldn't talk. My throat felt swollen. I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was because I had been listening to horrific thing after horrific thing, and it got me. Vicarious trauma is real, and I'm really proud of our sheriff and our police chief and Ben David, who came together. This picture was during COVID. They were actually 6 feet apart. It doesn't look like it, but they were actually standing 6 feet apart. Remember those days?
We knew it was going to be on the press, and we're like, it's not going to be 5 feet and 11 inches. It's going to be at least 6 feet.
But they came together to agree that we needed to take care of ourselves. And our chief and our sheriff made commitments to take care of their own who experience trauma. Vicarious trauma is so real, and the importance of resilience in our life is healthy mental health, right? If we are healthy, if we have strong mental health, then we can be resilient in the face of some of the vicarious trauma that we experience, because think of the weighty balls that we deal with that drag us down. We deal with folks who have experienced child abuse, sexual assaults, homicides. Think of the people that we see. Think of the images that creep back into us after we see them. We can't get them out of our heads. Mental health helps us. And to think that we can be in a workplace where we experience stress day in and day out and not be affected by it is like thinking we can walk through water and not get wet. We all are affected by workplace stress. And that's why self-care is so important.
So if you're going to drink from this cup or pour yourself into others, don't forget to take care of yourself first. That is the number one thing that our Resilience Task Force learned with so many planning sessions. As we tried to serve and protect others and uphold that Constitution we started this program with, we realized we're not a bit of use to our children if we're not first making sure that we put the oxygen mask on before putting one on them. And so put the cape on. Put the cape on, join the Justice League. You already are doing it. And the number one piece of advice, again, is as you bring hope and healing, shining a light in a dark place to all the children in our community, be the light for yourself. Make sure that you take care of yourself and each other. And that's hopefully what this day is all devoted to.
Let's light that spark of hope. Let's make our community a better place. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello again. Did you all enjoy that? Let's give them one more round of applause. We appreciate you. Thank you. Well, this program is going swimmingly. Now we get to have a little more fun here. So what we're about to do is we're going to take a quick break. So you have time. I think I left you guys a few donuts out there. So you can get some more donuts, get some more coffee, and we're going to go into our breakout sessions. Now let me find my place here. Sorry. Okay, so what we're going to do, from 10 to 10:50, we're going to have a few different programs that you can go and visit. The first one, Building Hope for Positive Childhoods, is going to be in this theater, so you can stay here and check that one out. We also have one, Impact of Internet and Social Media Trends, that's going to be in Studio Breakout Room 1. And we have people out front to direct you to where these rooms are, okay? The second one is Rejuvenate, Strategies for Energizing Yourself. Because you can't, if you're burnt out, you can't help other people, right? So that's going to be teaching on that. And then we have NAMI. They're going to be in the Treasure Island Theater. And again, there's people out front to show you where those rooms are. So I encourage you to pick a room, mix it up. Yes, you're with your friends and your groups, but you guys maybe separate and go into different rooms and try different things. After that, we'll have another breakout session from 11 to 11:50, so there'll be another little break in there for you to visit our vendors. Make sure you do that too. We appreciate them being here. And then we're gonna have lunch, and it's gonna be good, and we're gonna have a fireside chat with legendary Kenny Anderson. So I don't wanna take up any more of your donut and coffee time, so please go ahead, take your break, and head out to those sessions. Enjoy.
we could get our slides up. Oh, they're okay. I'm Sharon Hirsch, and I serve as the CEO at Positive Childhood Alliance. And this is?
I'm Beth Moore. I'm the Learning and Development Director at Positive Childhood Alliance.
We're really excited to be with you all this morning. We'll be talking a little bit about who we are and what we do, and our focus on building a family support prevention ecosystem for our state. And then we'll be talking about a framework called HOPE, Healthy Outcomes from Positive Experiences. You heard a little bit from our last presentation about positive childhood experiences, but we're going to take a deeper dive into that with you this morning. So we're the Positive Childhood Alliance. We are focused on advancing policies, programs, and practices that support well-being for all of North Carolina's children and families. We're the state chapter of Prevent Child Abuse America, so you may know us as Prevent Child Abuse North Carolina. This year we rebranded because we really want to focus on what we want to see for our children and families instead of what we're trying to stop. We know that the science tells us that the general public can get motivated and inspired and see their role when we focus on what we want to see, and can get overwhelmed when we try to talk about the big issues and concerns that are really feel like big, intractable problems. But we know childhood adversity is a preventable, solvable public issue, and that's how we approach everything that we do. And our vision is that all children and families are living a purposeful and happy life with hope for the future. It is language that comes from what families told us they want, and it is very not clinical jargon. And so we'll talk a little bit more about that. Our values are equity, community-wide responsibility, which you heard a lot about already this morning, partnership, because we know no one agency, one family can do the work by themselves. We all need support, we all need help, and everyone has a role to play. And we're very data-driven in the work that we do. Everything we do is based on what the science and evidence tells us can make an impact. Our three core focuses are on advocating for policies that support families. We are focused on things like paid family leave and making sure families have the resources and supports they need. We're making sure that we have a family support system that includes robust family resource centers and access to home visiting and parenting education and other supports that families need to thrive. We're focusing on building a new understanding about what families need to be successful and helping to change the narrative, and that's why we changed our name. And then finally, we partner through coaching, convening, and collaborating with folks like all of you, with agencies all across the state. We help to support the delivery of evidence-based parenting and family support programs like Incredible Years and Triple P. We have a whole team of folks that provide training and TA for those. We also do a lot of community-based work that helps us bring communities together to talk about what their goals are and how we can solve problems. And then we help with technical assistance and consulting to help communities move from their plans to actual implementation and make those dreams a reality. So our work, this is probably very hard to see for you all in the back, but we're now operating under this new theory of change that was created by Prevent Child Abuse America. It's a theory of change for how do we create a family support or primary prevention ecosystem for our country. We know we have a child welfare system. We know we have a juvenile justice system. We know we have a healthcare system. We do not have a family support ecosystem in our country. We spend most of our resources downstream trying to address problems that have already happened instead of supporting families from the start. So this theory of change is based on how do we bring all of the folks and agencies together that are in this ecosystem for family support together and focus on what families really need. So we're talking about aspirations like making sure all families have access to informal and formal supports, that families are able to achieve financial stability and economic mobility. We're focused on mental health and family well-being. These are the things that families said that they want for their kids and families. And we are talking this fall with agencies all across the state as we develop a strategic plan that helps us implement this theory of change for our communities all across North Carolina. We want to move from a state that's spending more than $4,000 every single minute on the downstream consequences of childhood adversity to a state that's investing first and foremost in our families, that makes sure that we're providing paid family leave, that we've got minimum wage jobs that are paying a living wage, not just a minimum wage, that we've got access to housing for families, and that families can access the support they need when they need it, no matter where they live in North Carolina. That's our vision for moving our state forward. So this, again, are those 4 aspirations. The one that I didn't mention was mental and physical health and well-being across the lifespan, and then loving and secure family relationships supported by foundational life skills. Now, when you look at those things, I want you to remember that those things are not rocket science. These are just things that many of us that have grown up in middle-class households have had, and we want this for all of our children. Every child in North Carolina deserves to have access to all of those kinds of supports. Our work is also framed in the science of the positive. You heard our name as Positive Childhood Alliance. The science of the positive is a real science, and it's not woo-woo, it's not the power of positive thinking. It's this idea that if we can focus on what we want to see and where we want our communities to be, that we can make that change happen. And it's guided in this circular concept of always starting with spirit. And that is really about focusing on what we want to see and what kind of vibe we want when we're working together. We want to be positive, we want to be hopeful, we want to be focused on possibility and promise. We focus on what the science is telling us, both what's currently happening in the community, looking at what the data and evidence show us, but then what we know about what it's experienced in other communities that we can bring in terms of policy and practice that we know has made a difference. So for example, we talk a lot about how concrete economic supports, financial support, and family financial stability can do more to prevent child maltreatment than a lot of the programs that we have invested in over time. If families have access to resources and support, they're not overloaded by the stresses that can cause them to experience adversity. Then we move into action, and we talk about the things that we can do and how we support the community, and then we spend time reflecting on that and thinking about how it went and how do we get better at it, and we follow that cycle over and over again. It is really what's guiding our work moving forward. But now we want to talk more about the HOPE framework, and Beth is now a certified trainer in the HOPE framework, and she's going to lead us from here.
No, I get to spread some hope, Sharon. So we tend to focus on the negative, right? I was thinking, even driving in today, I was thinking, wow, so much of the work that I've done in the past has been focused on the negative. The family will present themselves and oh, that child's got a dirty diaper, you better get them to the diaper closet, or oh, that child's got dirty clothes, or the family's water got cut off, or oh, this is going on, that's going on, and the mom's got a drug problem, like all these things. But what if we flip it? Right? What if we flip it? What if we look at the positive? What if we look at the strengths of that family? What if we say, there's so much more to that family than what they're presenting of? We're shifting the narrative. The hope shifts the narrative. The hope says that grown-up needs support. That grown-up maybe has a high ACE score. Okay, yeah, sure it does. Sure those negatives are occurring, and there's so much that can be done positive. There's so much that we can do to prevent and promote the healing. So even if that childhood was really, really tricky and really, really horrific, and we know it is, we know that is happening, there's still hope. And sometimes that was missing for me when I was in family services. I got a little burned out, and it was hard. How many, I just need to get a little feel for the room, if that's okay with y'all. How many people are in direct service in this room? Oh, did anybody tell you thank you today? Thank you for what you're doing? Like, seriously, thank you. It's really hard. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart, because it is hard. So thank you for what you're doing, and what you're doing is important and it matters. Systems friends? Anybody in systems? Okay. Great. And then like other friends, justice, lawyers, healthcare. Okay, great. Thank you everybody for all the work you're doing for families and communities. Because again, like people don't tell us thank you a lot at all. They sure don't. So anyway, back to, I digress. Sharon, keep me on track.
I will definitely keep you on track. I also, as we start this conversation, want to also reinforce about the science of the positive, that when we focus on that, it doesn't mean we don't acknowledge the negative. It doesn't mean we don't acknowledge the concern. We actually, that's why we're focusing on what we want to see. We know that the positive and negative are always with us. And in our society, especially right now, the negative is really, really loud, isn't it? The negative is really loud. What we want to do is grow the positive and get us tilted in the other direction so that the positive is louder and can be making a big difference for families. You want to take the...
Oh, jeez. She's let me have the clicker, y'all. Get excited.
You have the control.
So what if we lived in a world that recognizes and honors and promotes that positive and that hope and that spirit that says that families are capable, that adults are capable, that kids are capable, that communities are strong? Like, what would that look like, right? What if there was a way that we could do that? Is that even possible? It is. I promise it is. It's possible. You're starting that work already with that resilience, recognizing there's ACEs. And we don't have like a ton of time for us to go into it, but we're going to give you a tiny little taste and a little bit of hope. And then hopefully, you're going to keep taking that hope out there. And then if Sharon and I do our job today, you're going to start being able to flip things and notice that positive just a tiny bit. And it grows. Because I've noticed it even just like over the last couple of months. And like Sharon said, the science of the positive, it's not like, it's not that woo-woo stuff.
And it's also not rocket science.
No.
It's common sense if we focus on what we want to see.
It is, and it's the way that we frame it. It's the way that we, okay, well, let's just get into it before I just keep, see, this is why they don't give me the clicker. All right, pop quiz. Was everybody in the keynote before? Okay, good, so everybody should get 100. How many people have heard about ACEs? Yeah, we all did, yay. How much do you know about it? Are experts, mostly a lot of experts? Perfect. I was in a group a couple months ago, and they didn't hear about it at all, so there's still work that needs to be done, of course, with ACEs, right? And we did hear in the group, in the keynote, like ACEs is still a thing. We need to do a little bit of work around ACEs. I'm not going to go into a whole lot because we did hear about it. You're experts. Here's a cool slide, though. This is one, it's like hard to see.
Well,
Hard to see.
we can walk through it. So this helps us understand the different categories of adversity, and they include traumatic brain injury, fractures, and burns. They can include depression, anxiety, suicide, and PTSD. Unintended pregnancy complications and fetal death. You think about how hard that is when a family experiences that. HIV and STDs. You want to go through the last
Chronic
three?
disease, cancer, diabetes, the risky behaviors, that's the one we knew the most about way back when. We knew that if you had a tricky childhood or a challenging childhood, that you were more likely to engage in alcohol and drug use. So that one we knew, unsafe sex practices. We knew that one a lot, but there's some more information about that, but opportunities is the one that gets me a lot. You have a lower opportunity, lower income, even just from having a high ACE score. So I kind of like the way that graph is set up for people that maybe not have seen ACEs before in different sectors. It seems to resonate for people who have never heard of ACEs. That slide seems helpful.
And it really helps you understand that it's not just about those health issues that we hear about in the resilience documentary. It goes bigger and deeper.
Yeah, it sure does. And across so many sectors, like across so many parts of our lives. So then we think about positive experiences, and this is not just for children. Yes, children need positive experiences, but adults need positive experiences too. So we think, you hear PACEs, like positive experiences for children, but adults need fun things to do. We need health and well-being. We heard it at the end of the last speech as well. We need wellness in our lives.
And it's really important because, as Beth has taught me, our children don't come without adults.
No, they don't come
They
without
don't.
grown-ups.
And so if the grown-ups are doing okay, our kids are going to be better, and they're going to thrive. So we can't forget that it's really important to take care of the adults and caregivers in children's lives, because they're the key. If we just focus on the children, we're missing a really critical piece.
We really are. And so what I know about kids is that if the grown-ups are well, the children are going to be okay. They may have some things that we have to address, like if there's, is there any early educators here?
Over here.
Oh, yay! I love my little preschool rock stars. We may have to address some early learning issues or whatnot, but if the grown-ups are well and supportive, then the children are going to be okay. It's when the grown-ups are not well that we have a lot of neglect, and then unfortunately it follows into abuse. So we do want to provide skills and build skills that promote wellness and then ultimately resilience and success, right? Success looks different for a lot of different people too. Well, my idea of success is going to be different than what Sharon's looks like. And belonging. So how do we get there? We want to give equal attention to growing the positive. We want to make sure that we provide that unbiased, empathetic care. And that's tricky sometimes, because we all come into this work. Who doesn't have any biases?
Who's never judgmental? Because we all are.
I'm so glad they're telling the truth today. Yes. Not always. Like, we come into groups sometimes they're not telling the truth. But yeah, so we all come in with some biases and judgment, and it's hard to put that aside. It's hard to be like, when we see such trauma and such crisis and such, like, oh my gosh, if you just did X, Y, Z, that wouldn't look like that. We see that when we're working direct service. It's hard to put that aside. But when we come in with that unbiased, empathetic care, then we can start to really promote some positive. Keeping unfair blame, right? Unfair blame is just what it sounds like. I don't know what happened to you. I don't know what happened to you this morning. I don't know if you got stuck in traffic. I don't know if somebody yelled at you. I don't know what happened to you this morning before you came into the office or before you came to this presentation. And so to have that positive intent for people that are in front of you, to have that, okay, well, yeah, let's take it down and kind of talk about this together and think about what we can solve together. And then building that trust between humans, really, just building that trust between humans and helping to increase and use their strengths, right? Everybody's got a strength. This is all stuff that we do. They've just kind of spelt it out, which is really nice, right? Is everybody from Wilmington here? That's what else I want to know. Is everybody from this area? Yeah? You're from Wilmington? What's your favorite thing about Wilmington? The beach, right? Like, it's amazing, yeah. What's your favorite thing about your community? Where do you live? Wilmington, what's your favorite thing about Wilmington? Yeah.
So it's home.
It's home. What's amazing about your community? Anybody at your table, what's amazing about your community? Yeah. What's amazing about your community? Right?
That makes a big difference because it builds community when folks feel like they're welcomed.
Yeah, so every single community has such amazing things happening and it feels good. And when we are proud about our community, we like our community, we want to feel a part of a community. So families all want to feel that, right? Like you light up when you talk about your community. When I ask, like, what's great about, Sharon, what's great about your community?
I live in Durham, and we're both a foodie town, and we're an incredibly diverse community. I really love what you had to say. We are able to come together across income and race and religion and work to make things better for our community. And there's that spirit, that Bull City spirit, that we can get things done when we come together and support one another.
Yeah, and I live in Johnson County, and it's small town, and I grew up in, well, I was born in New York. I grew up in New Jersey. But I can say y'all. Anyway, it felt so much calmer to raise my children in a small town area. That's what I wanted, and it still feels like that. I go to the store, I know everybody. I go to the Walmart, and they're like, Miss Beth, and I'm like, hey. You know, and the kids that I raised all three of my children there. And so I run into the kids, right? Like I run into the kids that grew up there, and it feels like home. We want that for the families that we work with, too. So how do we get there? Research indicates that the absence of positive childhood experiences are actually more damaging than the presence of ACEs. What we just talked about was positive experiences. But the absence of that is more damaging than the presence of ACEs. So if you don't have a sense of community, if you don't have a sense of belonging, if you don't have that positive experience, it's more damaging than those ACEs that y'all know all about. So we're going to talk about a little bit about how to build some of those. Is that even surprising to you? That's a little bit like mind-blowing to me. And I do have some more research on that, which once we go through this, you're going to be like, come back and do a training.
Yes, that's right.
All right. So what are these little building blocks of hope that we're talking about that are like, ooh, tell me more, Miss Beth? It's so we're going to talk about the 4 building blocks of hope. This is not, again, rocket science, right? Any pediatricians here? Or like, do you all work with any pediatricians? When a child is okay, yeah, I saw a hand. When a child's about 1 year old, they make them do this little block tower. They have to build 4 blocks. That's it. It's all it's all these building blocks are, 4 blocks. Toddlers have to do it. So to be sure, we can do it. I know we can. Their relationships, safe, equitable, stable environments, social and civic engagement, and emotional growth, y'all. This is the building blocks. So we'll talk about each one if I get the clicker right. The first one's relationships. It's my favorite one because without stable, nurturing relationships, we have nothing. And that's grown-ups, children, that's humans in general. We are not meant to be islands. We are not. So stable relationships, we can start them in infancy with good attachments, and we can continue them on. The problem is when you get to be a grown-up and you've never had one, it's a little harder to kind of get them. It can happen. It's just a little trickier and a little bit more work. Some of the ways that you get them now, some of the programs that you're working on, some of the activities.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a faith community right now, and a faith community is where a lot of relationships get built. In our neighborhoods, our children develop relationships at school. That's often where parents develop relationships with other parents, is where their kids are. There are play groups. There are lots of different places that we can build relationships. And when folks have already experienced adversity, sometimes it's those support systems that are then helping us, like at the Carousel Center, where more relationships can get built.
Mm-hmm. I heard earlier, too, like some support groups. And I think some of y'all probably do like Circle of Parents or Incredible Years, or there's some...
Triple P.
Yeah. So there's lots of ways to build those relationships. There's with kids, little kids, they do them through preschool classes, mommy and me classes. They make friends. You know, you make a friend.
That's really what when we say stable, nurturing relationships, we're talking about building friends.
Yeah.
We don't need to make it rocket science.
No, we don't need to complicate this, right? Like Sharon was saying, it's not rocket science. You make a friend. How hard is it to make a friend as grown up? Yeah, it's a little harder. We have to kind of facilitate that. After you leave school, high school or college, it's a little trickier to make friends. Work environment is one way. But if you don't have that, you may feel isolated, and it may feel a little bit trickier or a little bit, you may not just go up to like random, little kids do it great. They just go up to random humans and be like, be my friend. I do that still though, y'all. I don't know what that says about me, but I do. Whoa, do you want to be my friend? Yeah. We have to encourage that a little more in the people that we're working with.
Yeah, we know connections matter. That's another
Connections
thing.
matter. You'll hear about that.
Yes.
Yes.
The
Okay, I have to watch time too, because I can. All right, environments. Environments matter. Here's where, who does home visiting? Lots of home visiting, yes.
Yes.
We love home visiting. Safe, equitable, stable environments for living, playing, learning at home and school. We are on a tax-based school system, meaning that you pay taxes and goes to your school system, that kind of stuff. That doesn't always work well. So
It means it's different in every community
Yeah.
in North Carolina. It depends on the size of your tax base. So what you're able to do here in New Hanover County in an urban community where there are a lot of people is really different than what you can do in Gates County, where the population is really small.
Yeah, so it's not always equitable, so it may feel different. I noticed it a lot when my kids, my boys especially, were playing sports. Gosh, they're grown-ups and gave me kids now, gave me grandbabies now. But when they were playing sports, they even noticed it. They'd be like, they had a brand new school actually, and so they had this big, beautiful gym with, you know, all this new bells and whistles, and some of the older schools that they would go play at that they didn't, or maybe some of the more rural areas that weren't as well funded. And it was noticeable that the inequities. So equitable environments make a difference.
It's housing. It's
Yes.
the playgrounds that we build in our community. It's our parks and rec programs. All of those things are part of that ecosystem that supports families.
Yeah, the ecosystem that Sharon was talking about in the beginning. So the safe, stable environments is another building block that we can work on. These are solvable. These are tangible things that we can work on together as a community. The engagement one, I love the engagement one because this is again about belonging, civic engagement. Being a part of something like a church, being a part of a organization like a nonprofit, giving back to the community, serving, working on connecting.
Being a part of your local Rotary, being a part of a neighborhood committee or your neighborhood association. All those things are places where families can come together and feel a sense of belonging and have ownership in what their community is like. And it means we'll invest more of ourselves and we'll invest more in our community.
Yeah, and with kids, it means that, you know, having available in your community the, you know, like the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts or whatnot. Don't forget, like, we have that caveat, that and, the big and, because we know things. We heard in the presentation before, we know not nice things happen too. So we're not negating that. Safe, stable environments, safe, stable relationships. So we have to work on what's in front of us too. And that's not always a good thing. We will talk about that for a minute as well.
And I just want to reinforce too that civic and social engagement is really about building community, and it's what you just heard in the last presentation. The context that supports community is one of possibility. It's about generosity. It's about the gifts that we can bring and using that positive focus. And we tend to focus on problem solving or fear and retribution when we're talking about programs that support families sometimes that have really experienced difficulty. When we talk about the possibility, the generosity, and gifts, we're building that community that we want for everybody.
You know, like, what if we shared that? Right? Like,
what if we talked about that more?
Yeah, like, wow, okay. Little kids know how to share, or at least, oh, wait, we're teaching them. You know, we are teaching them. They go to preschool, and then they go to kindergarten, and we're like, share your toys. Okay. Well, do we? I don't know. Do we share our information? Do we share our data? Do we share our resources? Do we say, oh, I got this big old grant, and wow, like maybe, you know, we should share the wealth in our community. What does that even look like? I don't know. I don't know what that looks like because nobody does it.
But we want them to.
We could do it. It could happen. This is that realm of possibility, that realm of hope that says what's possible. And taking that fear away that says, well, what if I don't get enough? And then the emotional growth building block. I love this too. I just love like that whole play, self-regulation. Again, the grown-ups. We love the grown-ups. How many know not self-regulated grown-ups? Yeah. Yeah. They can get self-regulated. We want them to get self-regulated before they end up in the programs like the incarcerated ones. We don't want them there, right? We want to try to prevent that. We want to try to get them through playing and interacting, and we really, really want to get that right, that emotional growth and that emotional well-being. And we want to work together to form those healthy emotional. How do you do that, right? How do you do that? Name feelings. Who knows grown-ups that can't name a feeling or even talk about one? Yeah.
Lots of nodding heads.
What about like those grown-ups that can't cry? I cried this morning, I cried last night. I mean, I cry all the time, I'm a crier. But I laugh too, I like to laugh, I like joy, I've recently learned how to live in the and, that paradox of that, that return, that the science of the positive that we were talking about. There's that and space that says that we can be full of joy and feel all the grief and tragedy, right? We can feel somebody else's pain and know there's hope. So I've been learning how to live in that and space. There is a lot going on out there, friends. There sure is. And there's a lot of hope. So I've been learning how to live in that and space. It's not that easy. But I'm practicing, and I'm practicing. So we know families are resilient, hope celebrates their strength, and it's worth doing. So just real quick, I want to talk about what goes into like these buckets, the blocks, the buckets, whatever it is. It's not up to you to decide. That's the kick. It's up to the communities and the families. Because what I think like is great ideas to put into the buckets, somebody's going to be like, it's a little weird. I don't think you should do that. Or like, we live in the mountains. What are you putting sand in my bucket for, right? Like, or, you know, we're at the beach. Why are you collecting pine cones? Or maybe you want to. I don't know. But it's not relevant. So if you don't ask, don't put it in somebody's bucket, right? Like if you're thinking about, oh, the community needs this. We need a festival. We need a this. We need a that. And nobody comes. It's probably because we didn't ask. And it's not what maybe what's needed right now or what's wanted. So always ask. What I think is a great idea may be triggering to somebody else. So it's just a little like caution, you know, we don't want to assume what somebody's building blocks might be. Anything else on that, like to kind of just a caution?
Well, I would say too that as we talk about how we engage with families, we should always be asking folks that have experience in the systems, that have experience with adversity, to tell us first how that's going for them, what we can be doing different, what we could be doing better, and most importantly, what do you need? What do you need for your family to feel strong and thriving? Too often, we come in as the professionals and think we know what the answers are, that we're the experts, we've gone to school, we know all the jargon, but we really need to be listening to the folks that are living this day to day and hear what would be most important for you. What would make a real difference for your kids? What would make a real difference for your family?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I've done direct service. I know how hard this is. I know what it feels like when I know what it feels like when things don't work out the way you think they should. I know what it feels like to go to a service when it doesn't work out the way you think it should. I also know what it feels like when it's successful, right? It's those successes that we want to build on. There's a lot of research behind this, y'all. We just gave you a tiny, tiny little taste of hope. There's tons of research that really brings into play that says the more positive experiences we can build, the more we're combating the ACEs, and the more we are going to have success in the communities. So I really want to make sure that that is heard.
And I really want you all to, as we're finishing up and get ready to answer any questions you have, I want you to be thinking about what was positive for you in your childhood. We recently did we had a little fundraising event where we asked everyone who attended to share one of their favorite positive childhood experiences, and we created a mural as a result of it. And it's absolutely stunning because it's things like, my grandma read to me before I went to bed at night. I got to hang out at the neighborhood pool. I got to bake cookies with my mom. My dad sang to me at night. Those are the kinds of things, that's the spirit that we're trying to evoke here as we talk about building positive childhood experiences and building hope. It's not rocket science, but they're the things that are often really, really hard for families that are overloaded with all kinds of stressors, from the trauma that they had in their own childhoods to the difficulty they have finding affordable housing or putting food on the table. But when we can sit back and talk about what was good in your life, what really made a difference for you when you were a kid, and think about what can we do to make that possible for every single family here in Wilmington and all across North Carolina. That's what we want.
Thank y'all for listening and for being rock stars. We appreciate everything you do every single day.
And please ask us questions and know that our agency exists to support North Carolina. And if you want us to come, Beth can come and do a training on this and spend hours talking about this. 50 minutes is not enough time to talk about what this is really all about. We can train your teams. We can come and provide all kinds of support and have a whole suite of different trainings that we can provide to your agency.
We can, and they're a lot of fun. And, you know, people think positive, a lot of times they think about the work that you're doing is not fun. And it's not always, but sometimes the solutions can be, and we can really get there. We can really think about that positive in a different way and think about those creating it differently, right? Like creating it differently.
Yeah, we need to transform our conversations in the community about what kids and families need. Because it's often not the programming, it's the support, it's the connection, it's the opportunity to have positive experiences. So what questions do y'all have? Somebody's got to have a question. We do. We're located in Morrisville, but our staff mostly, I'm usually like one of the only people who's ever in the office. Most of our staff work from home, and we literally have staff. We have someone who lives in Wilmington, we have folks that live on the coast, we have folks in the mountains, so we can go anywhere. We'll come to you. We don't ask you to come to us.
I like in person better, y'all. I mean, I can play online, but
Connections matter, y'all. We need to be in the room with each other.
awesome. I know that we're a couple minutes over. I apologize, and yeah.
And I want to encourage you to visit with our colleagues at the table that we have outside too. You can learn more about who we are and how to get connected with us. We really want to be here to support all your agencies to make North Carolina a better place for our kids. So thank you all very much for your attention.
Thanks.
session. Here in this room, Carlene Way will be presenting for the Sandy Hook Promise. And we have Studio Breakout 1, Connections Matter. Studio Breakout 2, Navigating NC Youth Health System During a Crisis Without Re-Traumatizing. And then in the Treasure Island room, we'll have Teaching Kids Through Creative Expression. So go ahead and get you some coffee and donuts and use the restrooms and find out where you're gonna be next. We'll have lunch after.
My name is Carlene Ray. I am the Associate Vice President over Youth and Adult Programs with Sandy Hook Promise. And they're going to put our slides up here shortly. My journey here today is one that this morning when they were talking about Columbine, North Carolina was actually at the forefront of preventing youth violence and school violence when the Governor's Crime Commission in 1994 created the Center for Prevention of School Violence. I was part of that original center. In 2001, we rolled out the National Association of Students Against Violence Everywhere, or SAVE, as a national nonprofit. Fast forward to 2017, SAVE, who started in North Carolina, by students, for students at West Charlotte High School, we merged with Sandy Hook Promise, knowing that we could be better together. So a long history on the stage here, and I'm so excited to be back in North Carolina and share where we are today, share hope and resilience for our youth, and give you strong examples of how we can build additional resilience in our youth. And with that, I have an excellent example of youth resilience beside me and who will be co-presenting with me today. Gabby, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hey everyone, my name is Gabrielle Allen de Toismaison, but you all can just call me Gabby Allen while I'm here today. A fun fact about me is that I grew up right here in New Hanover County, in Wilmington, elementary school all the way through high school, and was a participant in Students Against Violence Everywhere, which I have the pleasure to talk to you more about during this session. And now here I am working at Sandy Hook Promise, previously as part of youth and adults programs, and now as an operations analyst. So I've seen just how effective these programs are and just how important upstream violence prevention is and how SAVE, I know it sounds a little corny, but this program truly saved my life. So I'm really excited to talk to you all about it and be here in Wilmington where I grew up.
Thanks, Gabby. So Sandy Hook Promise, who are we? Sandy Hook Promise is a nonprofit organization led by several of the family members who lost their children at the Sandy Hook Elementary shooting. Our mission is to educate and empower youth and adults to prevent violence in schools, homes, and communities. And through our proven, evidence-informed Know the Signs programs, we teach youth and adults to recognize, intervene, and get help for those who might be socially isolated and or at risk of hurting themselves or others. With that, we have one of our first videos, but I think we've got some technical issues going on. And we'll be sharing that video. If you all have it and can go ahead and, oh great, go ahead. If you'll go ahead and play that video, they'll work on our PowerPoint too.
Like bang, 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 and it would stop and it would start again.
Tonight, we see the flags at half-staff in Newtown as today President Obama addressed the nation, tearing up as he talked about the grieving parents and their small children.
Our hearts are broken. Our spirit is not.
My beautiful baby boy was killed. That was when the world changed for me, and I changed with it.
We are coming on the air at this hour with news of a school in Florida in South Florida on
And it is with this knowledge that we are able to move forward with purpose and strength. This is a promise to truly honor the lives lost by turning our tragedy into a moment of transformation. This is a promise to be open to all possibilities. There is no agenda other than to make our community and our nation a safer, better place. This is a promise to have the conversations on all the issues. Conversations where listening is as important as speaking. Conversations where even those with the most opposing views can debate in goodwill.
Take a moment to consider the humanity and the personal impact of what has been taken from us and what is at stake here.
This is a promise to turn the conversation into actions. Things must change. This is the time. This is a promise we make to our precious children. Because each child, every human life is filled with promise. And though we continue to be filled with unbearable pain, we choose love, belief, and hope instead of anger. This is a promise to do everything in our power to be remembered, not as the town filled with grief and victims, but as the place where real change began. Our hearts are broken, our spirit is not. This is our promise, the Sandy Hook promise. And I'm grateful our school kept its promise, because that promise saved my life.
Kendall, who spoke on that video and said that her life was saved by Sandy Hook Promise, is a North Carolina student. She's from the Hickory area. And one of her friends, through learning our Say Something program, knew how to say something to a trusted adult when Kendall was at risk at harming herself. So we'll talk about all of our programs today and what we do to build resilience in our youth, in schools, in homes, and in communities. We do teach the warning signs of potential violence and how youth can get help. We have researched how to create more inclusive, supportive school cultures, and we advocate for policies designed to increase student safety in their schools, homes, and their communities. Gabby.
So at Sandy Hook Promise, we believe that protecting children is our core mission. And so SHP believes in envisioning a future where children are safe and free from shootings and acts of violence in their schools, their communities, and in their homes. So by taking this approach, we can impact children every single place that they are. And I know this morning we talked a lot about silos and how children and young people do not exist in them. That's why this mission is so important, because we know youth aren't affected by just what goes on at school or by what just goes on at home, but by everything in their entire lives. So I want you all to ponder this question: what is violence prevention? And so think about it, think about what you heard this morning in the first opening session and what the first couple things are that come to your mind. And then find someone at a table nearby or next to you and share your thoughts. I'll give you a couple seconds to do this. All right, so we're gonna move into an icebreaker activity, and I know some of you are probably super not excited to hear that, but working in youth prevention, icebreakers are my favorite. And I want you to keep the things you just talked about or thought about in your mind as we move into this activity. So what you're gonna do first is you're going to pair up with someone in this room that you do not know. So someone you didn't come here with today, find someone maybe who's sitting alone or that you might want to talk to. And once you find that person, you are going to stand back to back so that we know you have a partner. Ready, set, go! Raise your hand if you still need a partner. Is everyone partnered? Awesome. All right, so now that everyone's found a partner, you're going to introduce yourselves and answer the questions that are on the screen. I'll give you about 4 or 5 minutes. So you might not get through all of them. So turn around and face each other. Take a peek up here. And introduce yourselves and get to know each other. can hear me, touch your nose. Y'all, I'm in facilitator mode this morning. If you can hear me, touch your ears. All right, have a seat. A show of hands, how many people was that a little uncomfortable for? Saw a couple hands. All right, we got a lot of extroverts here today. Did anyone learn something interesting about someone you didn't know before? Yeah. Would anyone like to share something you learned? Yeah, go ahead. That is awesome. Amazing connection. Anyone else? Did anyone get to that last question? Who was a trusted adult for you when you were a student? Yeah. Would anyone like to share that? You don't have to. No, you don't want the mic? Okay. Oh, absolutely. No, that's huge. So the concept of trusted adults is something we talk a lot about at Sandy Hook Promise. And I know this morning during one of the opening sessions, we heard about PACEs. And this morning when I was talking to Carlene, when we got here this morning, I was like, thank God we're starting to hear more conversation about PACEs. For so long, it was ACEs, ACEs, ACEs. And we are in the business of hope here at Sandy Hook Promise. And I think it's so important just having one trusted adult in someone's life, how much of an impact that can make. So the next thing I want you to ponder and think about is violence is preventable. And my question for you all is, the activity we just did, is that violence prevention? Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of the times when we come in with our programs at Sandy Hook Promise, and especially in SAVE, Students Against Violence Everywhere, the program I was in, we do activities like this. And without the greater context of ACEs and PACEs, a lot of folks might walk in and be like, oh, y'all are just playing games. But this is violence prevention. And so I'm gonna talk a bit about why upstream violence prevention is so important and how it's not just games. So upstream violence prevention has some of the strongest evidence behind it when we think about how to prevent violence, long before it ever comes up. I know District Attorney Ben Davis talked this morning about that parable. Some of us need to go upstream in the river and find out why folks are falling in to begin with. And this evidence has been supported by several key organizations such as the CDC and the Suicide Prevention Resource Center. There are 6 principles of trauma-informed and resilience-oriented organizations and schools, and that is safety, trustworthiness, youth voice, collaboration, peer support, and inclusion. That youth voice is so important through all of our programming at Sandy Hook Promise and has been integral in my experience here in New Hanover County and throughout my work giving trainings to youth all across the country.
So when we talk about our programs at Sandy Hook Promise, we talk about know the signs. And with those, we have start with hello, say something, and save, as we've been mentioning. We passed out some handouts on your table on the know the signs. If you didn't get one, there's more up here on this front center table that go through our programs in depth. And with our programs, they're evidence-informed and they align with the CASEL standards. They support positive school culture, social-emotional learning, youth leadership, self-harm, and violence prevention. We have training and resources available via multiple platforms and sustained and supported with student-led initiatives such as our Save Promise clubs. So what is our program methodology, right? We're trying to start with prevention very far upstream. We do that with our knowledge, with our Start With Hello program. We introduce foundational concepts and skills that include social isolation, inclusion, and empathy. And then we're moving them into Say Something. You know, so many of our youth don't have a trusted adult, or when we do activities with them and we ask them, who is a trusted adult in your home, school, or community? Some of them can't even identify one. You know, we have to help them get those life skills and that resiliency and making sure that they can identify a trusted adult. And with that trusted adult, also making sure that if a student reports something to a trusted adult, that trusted adult does something and takes that burden off the youth if they are reporting. And then also, doing a skill transfer. This may be through our anonymous reporting system. We have the Say Something anonymous reporting system throughout North Carolina in our schools. Sandy Hook Promise has worked hard in the past 2 years to ensure that we train the youth in the schools on how to say something, but then also how to use our anonymous reporting system. And then all of that is reinforced. When we do our programs, we don't want them to be one and done. How many times when you were a youth in school, did you go and you had an assembly and then you didn't remember it a month later, much less years later, right? Our programs are from K-12. We even have SAVE at the collegiate level and a whole year-long service of action and activities that help reinforce all of our messaging. The first program, Start With Hello, is all about social isolation, right? Giving youth ways to create connections to help prevent loneliness. You know, we're encouraging an inclusive community that teaches empathy, decreases loneliness and social isolation. We want to ensure that all young people feel seen, heard, and valued, enabling youth to make healthy choices and build community, mitigating relationships that may not be positive. Again, our Say Something program is all about teaching youth how to say something if they see someone at risk of harming themselves or others, and how to have that conversation. We practice with them how to say something to a trusted adult. Our anonymous reporting system, it's a digital age, right? There's an app, they could report it on the web. There's also a toll-free number that they can call to report something. In our schools across the country, Sandy Hook Promise has its own crisis center. All of those tips come into our crisis center, and they're mitigated to see whether they're life-threatening or if it can take time. We have set up with all of the local law enforcement that are in our programs with the schools on action response. So it immediately comes back to the school and the community for action for those life-saving tips. Expanded with our programs, we have Say Something, Prevent Suicide, teaching skills to our youth. How many of you know a youth that is the one all the other youth go to when there's a problem, right? I see lots of hands. So youth carry that burden, and if they don't know how to say something or how to get help and be able to turn that problem over to a trusted adult, it's very burdensome, you know. And again, we're going back to childhood trauma and how do they handle that trauma that's shared with them and get the other person help. And then also, thanks to youth who said we need to train our trusted adults. Our National Youth Advisory Board are the ones who created the Trusted Adult Program and materials on how adults, when they receive information from youth, on what they do. What are their next steps? How do they handle it? How do they ensure that that child feels safe and protected if they do report something? Also goes back to teaching youth what's the difference between tattling and reporting, right? When you're tattling, you're trying to get someone in trouble. When you're reporting, you're trying to protect or save your friends or family. Gabby.
All right, so SAVE Promise Clubs, and again, SAVE stands for Students Against Violence Everywhere, is the sustainability piece at Sandy Hook Promise. And this is the program I was in when I went to high school here in Wilmington. The key piece for SAVE Promise Clubs is really that youth voice, which is one of those important 6 resiliency factors that I shared with you all a bit ago. And through all of these programs that we have at Sandy Hook Promise, which are really incredible and amazing, we have different ways that those can be taught. And one of the most effective ways that those can be supported and sustained is young people sharing and supporting these programs themselves. Carlene and I can come up here all day and talk about upstream violence prevention and say something, but when youth and young people talk to other students about this stuff and you get that buy-in, that's where we see sustainability and these programs not being a one and done thing, but continuing for years and years to come and becoming that culture changing piece. When I went to high school, I experienced class changes where I looked down the entire 5 minutes I went to class. No one said hello to me. No one said hi. And I really struggled with my mental health. Through programs like Start With Hello, activities like the icebreaker we just did, maybe a little cheesy, maybe a little corny, but something as simple as saying hello to someone can change their whole life, or at least their outlook for a day, for a couple minutes. So I'm gonna share a video with you all from our National Youth Advisory Board members to talk a little bit more about SAVE Promise Clubs and their experience.
School shootings,
violence,
loneliness, Hate.
Suicide.
Bullying.
Intolerance.
As one student,
You might not know what you can do.
here's what you can do.
Start or join a Safe Promise Club.
Students Against Violence Everywhere, Save Promise Clubs, are kindergarten through 12th grade school and community-based organizations.
Led by students for students, encouraging young people to take charge of keeping their friends, schools, and communities safe.
By engaging a diverse group of students to prevent violence and create safe communities.
We lead student-driven activities that educate and empower our classmates.
So we can build socially inclusive student communities and be upstanders.
Save Promise Club started in 1989 when 17-year-old Alex Orange of West Charlotte High School lost his life to gun violence while trying to protect his friends.
His friends formed Students Against Violence Everywhere, SAVE, and made a promise to prevent violence before it happens.
And not to lose another friend to violence.
To describe Save Clubs, we use 4 E's.
We educate our schools and communities about Sandy Hook Promises to Start With Hello and Say Something programs. We organize a Start With Hello week in September and a Say Something week in March, and work to make these programs a part of our school's culture.
We educate youth by partnering with buddy classes in the elementary schools, teaching younger students about Start With Hello.
And how embracing diversity is one of the most important aspects of reaching out and connecting to others. There are free tools and resources available to all Save Promise Clubs.
We empower youth by giving them a platform to speak and voice their ideas to create safe schools and communities through our Save Club town halls.
We empower youth to identify and rely on trusted adults with campaigns and events to acknowledge and celebrate them, like #TrustedAdultThursday.
I make sure my club members have what they need to create an inclusive, safe school environment. As an advisor, I'm empowering the students to be the upstanders, to be the voice of our youth, to know they have a say and we will listen. They can have a profound influence on school culture. And there are national opportunities available to Save Promise Club members. The Youth Advisory Board work and youth summits are featured in the national press, publications, and newsletters.
We engage the school community with special national events like the Save Summit, Save Day, and National Youth Violence Prevention Week.
We engage youth through assemblies, presentations, podcasts, and broadcasts, all in an effort to spread important violence prevention information.
We encourage. Save Promise Clubs encourage mental wellness, self-care, and healthy relationships.
We encourage youth to say something to a trusted adult and to use the Say Something Anonymous reporting system, if your school has one, if they see the signs of someone at risk of hurting themselves or others.
Hello, we encourage everyone to start with hello with activities that connect and build new relationships, like Heydays, Hellograms, Student Voices Art Contests, and Promise Challenges. Those are all part of the Start with Hello spirit.
Here are some other cool things that we've done.
We participate in the annual Save You Summit, where we connect clubs from across the country and participate in youth-led breakout sessions. It's where we share and celebrate our successes and best practices.
We promote pro-social actions to counteract bullying and to boost empathy. We've created smile walls, kindness rock gardens, and unity trees as symbols of unity, community, and inclusion.
Our clubs wear orange to honor Alex Orange and green to honor the Sandy Hook Elementary students to remember lives lost due to gun violence.
Save Promise Clubs are the most important club you'll ever join. We create unity and are like a family. We give each other a sense of belonging to something, and that's powerful.
Save Club gives youth a voice, a platform to speak and inform decisions about school safety, create culture where students look for one another and have each other's back.
We're building a connected community that puts the Start With Hello and Say Something programs into action, from day to day and year to year, in our own special way, using the free resources that SAVE provides.
Save Promise Clubs are all about love and inclusion. friendship and acceptance, doing the right thing, and helping one another.
Today, there are thousands of Safe Promise Clubs across the country, empowering youth and helping to create safer schools and communities.
You can create a new Safe Promise Club or embed it into an existing club. That purpose is aligned with the SAVE mission and goals.
Registration is free, and you can register at sandyhookpromise.org.
So if you only join one club this year,
Make it a Safe Promise Club.
it could be
The most important club
You'll ever join.
So one of the things that we found at Sandy Hook Promise is that young people want to have a voice. They have solutions in mind to the problems that they're seeing in their schools and in their communities. And when we give them the tools and we give them the skills and we hand them the mic and give them the platform, we can transform our communities and create a more integrated, connected culture and community. So Safe Promise Clubs do this through the 4 E's, which are educate, engage, empower, and encourage. Always forget that 4th E. And through all of the actions that youth do, whether it's through Start with Hello, icebreakers, Say Something, school safety committees, we get the 4 E's, and those are reinforced in our programming. So one of the cool things about North Carolina, not only was Students Against Violence Everywhere founded here, but today we now have 828 Safe Promise Clubs, and these are in schools and also in community-based organizations, and we're at 4,600 nationwide. So this isn't just a one and done like we said before, but it is truly a movement. So when Safe Promise Clubs register at no cost, they get all of these awesome resources, such as our newsletter, the monthly activity guide, which I have some handouts down there, and I'll make sure you all get those before you leave today, and to really create a calendar throughout the year. So we have the call to action weeks, which are listed. So throughout the entire school year or academic year, clubs are able to uplift these messages of inclusion during our national call to action weeks, such as Start with Hello Week. Something as simple as knowing someone's name. I know for me, there were classes I was in high school, half the kids, I never even knew their name because that wasn't as important as testing and knowing that information. But simple things like that can really transform communities and prevent violence. So now I want you all to kind of take a moment to think about your why. And this is one of the activities we do with youth in their Safe Promise Clubs and also at our youth violence prevention trainings that we hold across the country. Because we want young people, before they're ever in that situation where they have to speak up, where they have to report an issue that might be scary, we want them to think about the reasons it's important to say something. And through the Say Something program, a lot of the time we spend a significant portion of our conversations on the difference between snitching and saying something, which is a really important distinction to make, especially with the different populations we work with, and also middle schoolers, understanding why it's about love, it's about looking out for each other, and how we can create that culture in places it might not already exist. So I've got some prompts on the screen, so on your handprint cutout, and if you don't have one at your table, feel free to get up and grab one. They're spread out across the room. But write the qualities that make you a trusted adult, or your why for being a trusted adult. Think about why you're here today, why you got into the work that you're doing. wrapping up your thoughts and your writings, and before I hand it back over to Carlene to get into our impact at Sandy Hook Promise and also some of the research, I wanted to share with you that trusted adults come in many different forms. It's not one person, it's not one occupation, it's not just one person's job, it's not just the job of school teachers, but everyone. When I was in high school, I really struggled with my mental health, and on one of the worst days of my life, the school resource officer who I'd had a relationship with as a student, I knew him because of the upstream things my school did. He was not just someone who was around when things were bad, but he came and taught us violence prevention. I had a mental health crisis, and he was there and came out when I was in the ambulance. And on the worst day of my life, excuse me for being crude, but this man told a joke while I was sitting there crying about butt sweat in the ambulance, because he had on, it was June, 90 degrees in Wilmington, his full uniform on, and he made me laugh on the worst day of my life. And that is the power of one trusted adult.
So now you see why I bring Gabby, right? To show what a resilient youth can look like and how they can be into a high-performing, functioning adult. And I can share many stories over the past 30 years that I've worked with our youth, not only in North Carolina, but across the country. And, our work isn't, sometimes when people think of Sandy Hook Promise, they think about a small rural town, white community, but our programs are everywhere. We're doing special programs in the Bronx, in Atlanta, in Dallas. On our National Youth Advisory Board, we have a young man named Fred who's from Dallas. He lost his father and his uncle to gun violence. He has come home from school to a person dead on his front porch. Our programs work in every situation, and we make sure that all of our programs are informed by adults that we work with across the country. But more importantly, they're informed by our youth. We have a National Youth Board that is made up from youth across the country from very diverse situations, geographically, racially. We want to hear all of their voices and make sure that we reflect our programs to fit in their schools and into their communities. So what is our impact? More than 23 million have participated in our Know the Signs programs. Over 4,600 Save Promise clubs. We've had 250,000 anonymous tips received from students and adults on our anonymous reporting system. Over 55 students have been helped during mental health crisis through interventions. 650 youth have been saved from suicide, and at least 16 credible planned school shootings attacks have been prevented. And these numbers, these are like 3 or 4 months old, so those numbers are even higher now. In addition to that, we continually are doing research studies, and we've worked with the University of Michigan, and our programs lead to an increased willingness to speak about warning signs, better attitudes and connections at schools, significantly fewer aggressive behaviors where our programs are, and stronger relationships between youth and teachers and adults. So again, as Gabby said, our programs aren't just in schools. We have them in Boys and Girls Clubs. We have after-school programs that use our programs, faith-based organizations. We have Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts who have registered Safe Promise Clubs. So anywhere where there is a group of youth that want to make a difference, they can form a Safe Promise Club as long as they have a trusted adult to serve as an adult advisor. So the key to our sustainability is youth leadership and empowerment, right? We don't want our programs to be one and done. We know that youth listen to youth. Youth are the eyes and ears of our schools and our communities. There's the ones who can also help create a culture of change and create more inclusive environments. Pictures from some of our clubs there. A Start with Hello picture, Say Something, and also a Start with a Hello picture at the bottom. So our youth often lead our programs. They'll go into classrooms and do lessons with students. They'll lead it in their community-based organizations, but really empowering them to have that voice and make a difference. All of our training options, well, first and foremost, I will say all of our programs are free. So we do not charge for any of our materials or activities. You can receive training. We have a digital learning center where folks can, whether you're a parent, a teacher, work in a community-based organizations, you can go on and explore our digital center and all the lessons and activities that we have there. In schools, a lot of times it may be a counselor, school social worker, teachers that deliver our programs, whether it's auditorium style or they do it in classroom-based education. And then again, the youth leading the programs. Many of our clubs, the youth leaders are the ones who will get up and do an assembly with their school. They're the ones who are leading the activities day over day and making sure those messages are continually enforced. With our programs, we have materials that include, do-it-yourself, pre-recorded videos. We also have virtual live on the Digital Learning Center. All of the materials are there. There's educator guides, curriculum, videos, PowerPoint slides, and again, all informed by experts and reviewed by adults across the country. So it's not just someone sitting in an office in Connecticut that's creating our programs. We're actually getting into the field and making sure our materials are relevant. Some of our newest pieces that we have out this year is we have new curriculum that focus on empathy, belonging, youth agency, and identity. And they're broken down into different grade levels and age bands. And again, on all of our materials, social emotional learning and social justice standards are listed for each of our activities. Some of the topics from the new curriculum: Upstanders Unite, Navigating Conflict as Upstanders, Practicing Self-Empathy, Creating a Self-Centered Space or Classroom, and much more. For our elementary things, we have Recess on the Moon, which is cartoon type series that teach lessons and have handbooks to go with them. So sandyhookpromise.org is our main website, but to get to our learning center at sandyhookpromiselearning.org, that'll take you right to our digital learning center.
So every time I see this statistic, 93% of school shooters plan the attack in advance, and that in almost every single documented case of school shootings, there were warning signs that were shown. And what this means is that there were people who knew. And in this day and age, a lot of the time it's on social media. Maybe it's Snapchat, a photo of a firearm or a weapon. And that means that most of the time, school shootings are preventable. And so just sharing this information with young people can be so important so that they know what to do when they see that firearm or that threat on social media. So through research that Sandy Hook Promise has done with the University of Michigan, we've shown that these programs work to increase the willingness to speak up about warning signs, especially when we go in and have conversations or empower youth to have conversations about the difference between snitching and saying something, better attitudes about school, less aggressive behaviors, and stronger relationships, not just between students and adults, but between youth and other youth. So what can you all do? I know you're all here today because you care, because you're probably in helping fields, but even just checking out Sandy Hook Promise's website, seeing how these resources can support you, as Carlene said, these are available at no cost, which is awesome. From curriculum to activities that you can do with young people to embed in maybe what you're already doing or what your agency is already doing. And I say this not as a plug to get more followers on social media. I don't work on the marketing team, I promise. But if you just want to see some of the activities that young people are doing, that they are leading in their schools and communities, check out Sandy Hook Promise on social media. Look up the hashtag #StartWithHello and see what folks are doing, from elementary school students to teenagers and college students who are the voices in this movement. Some of you might be familiar with the phrase, "nothing about us without us." This is something I take to heart when we're talking about youth safety. I always ask, where are the young people in planning this? And so as you go forward today and in your work, keep that thought in the back of your minds as you're having conversations about how to prevent youth violence. So thank you all for joining us today. There are monthly activity guides up here at the front. Please take one with you. And thank you so much for everything you do.
Time. Anybody hungry? I'm always hungry. That's fine. So what we're going to do, we actually have some lunches outside the door for you, and you can grab those and then come back in, eat, network. It's a networking lunch, and then we're really excited because we're going to be talking with Kenny Anderson during this lunch. So please go ahead, grab you some food and some water, and we'll see you in a few minutes. we're gonna do. I want you to recall some moments from this morning where you have met someone new or where you have made a connection, and we're gonna talk about it. I wanna know who you met, where they're from, how you think you might be able to collaborate. I'm also interested in knowing something that you've learned today that you think will be really important for you to take on with your journey, some tools that you put in your toolbox, some new tools that you have. And after that, we're gonna be talking to Kenny Anderson. I'm very excited. So we have, I don't know if you can see my basketballs up here. We have some basketballs that we are going to have signed. Kenny signed them so you can have an autographed basketball. And people that help in this portion are gonna get one of those basketballs. So we've got Royce. Hi, Royce. She's got a mic, so she's gonna come around because we wanna hear you share. You've got pen and paper. If you have a question or you have a comment and you share, we want you to write your name, your full name, on that paper, and we're gonna have a drawing to see who gets those basketballs, okay? So, who'd like to start us off? Look, there you go.
I don't know if I like the microphone.
Stand up for us.
Oh, okay, cool.
We wanna see you.
My name's Patty, and I actually met another Patty who works in the DA's office with Mr. Ben, who we heard from this morning. And we talked about what they're doing, what he told us all about this morning. And I was talking about how I want to implement what they're doing here in our county because it's so beneficial and it's helped so many already. And I want to bring that to where I am. So she actually gave me her contact information and who I could talk to and said, make sure that you talk to Ben. So I'm really excited to talk to Ben before I go home to see how we can get this started. And then what was the other question?
Well, I think you answered both, actually. You did great. Make sure you get your information to Royce, okay? Thank you for sharing. Who's next? All right, I see a few hands, Royce. Keep raising. She didn't see it. There's one.
Yes. We're putting you on the spot.
I talk loud anyway. Hi, my name is Lori. I work with Kids Making It, and I enjoyed meeting the people in the session that was just in here with the Say Something, and we plan on starting a Save Promise Club at our nonprofit.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And she was smart. She went ahead and had her name written down on the paper for Royce. So if you know you're going to ask a question, go ahead and do that, okay? So we can get you in that drawing. Who's next? I see ya. We've got some people over in the corner there. She's going to come back to you. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it.
I would be the other Patty that Patty just spoke about. I work for Ben David. I'm lucky enough to be working and learning from him. And I, in speaking with so many people here today, I've been a guardian ad litem in the past, and in my current role, it's not a victim-heavy caseload. However, I just want to learn as much as I can to help the families of homicide victims and handle a lot of death by distribution type cases and that sort of thing. And I've just learned so much from the sessions today. And I just met Bill and his lovely wife. And it's just, it's all of us are from different sections of this state. And we all have the same purpose and same common goal in mind. So I'm just so happy to be here at this Youth Resilience Summit. I didn't know anything about it until a couple of days ago. So thank you so much for what you're doing here and bringing all of us together to share best practices.
Let's give her a hand. Thank you. We're glad you're here. We're glad everyone is here. Thank you for sharing.
Hi, I'm Lauren Lee. I'm here with Communities and Schools. I actually did an ACEs training at my middle school that I work at, and I have really just loved getting all of the outside feedback about ACEs, and I'm really excited about kind of digging in and educating our educators on best trauma-informed practices. So yeah.
Thank you so much. Who's next?
Hi, I'm Ebony with Communities and Schools as well. And I met a lot of great people, but I went to the first session with Emma from South Carolina, and she was teaching about the internet safety, which I knew a lot of that stuff, but one of the things I think that was prevalent to me is the privacy portion of it, where your privacy as a parent for the children that are online, making sure you're protecting them yourself. For example, not placing their little signs on your car that show how many kids are in the car or what school your kid goes to. Another one is, and I see it a lot, where they have little Timmy's first day of school and they'll have his school, his teacher's name, his favorite things. And so now they know everything about your child and where they go to school. So small things that we can do as parents to make sure that we have privacy for our children before they even get to the internet is really important.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. Don't forget to give Royce your information. Got it? Perfect. All right, look, we got some hands back here. Oh, you're already there.
Can you please raise your hands again?
Hi, I'm so grateful to be here. My name is Kelly Purcell with Coastal Horizons, and I met Tasha this morning. We had already met with Communities and Schools, but we really reconnected, and we're so excited. She told me about a new program with Rachel Freeman and how there's so many organizations that are going to be pouring into that school that I used to work at, so my heart is like so full with that. And then the session I went to for turning the wheel and the power of movement and joy, even for us as adults, and how that can help our brains and bodies as well. And so and that can help the youth as well. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Hi, my name is Jim Albright, and I work with Alamance Citizens for a Drug-Free Community. And so one of my blessings that I had this morning was meeting Sharon Hirsch, who presented, and I heard her last year at the summit in Durham, and was able to implement one of the ideas she had for supporting the newcomer families that we work with. We have an after-school English tutoring program for newcomer students, and we hired a part-time staff to start supporting the families as well and linking them with resources.
Thank you so much for sharing.
I met Miss Gore with Youth Villages, and she talked about a lot of resources for our older foster children, and we just had some recent policy changes, so I'm interested in having further conversation with her.
Thank you. Any more comments? Anybody else want to share? Going once? Going twice? Oh, there she is. She's ready, Royce.
Oh. Hello, how are you guys? Good, no?
We're good.
Okay. This is so loud. I'm loud anyway, so I probably could talk without it. But I've met Rebecca. Wave your hand, Rebecca. She works as a tutor, which is good for our youth. She's at Christ Community Church. So if you see her, just pull her to the side if you need any assistance as far as with your children that you work with. She works with the youth, and that's it.
Thank you for sharing. Ma'am, are you ready now? Okay. Can I just point out, I think it was savage that she took your mic and then didn't want to use it.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Jabley, and I'm with Communities and Schools of Cape Fear. I
must admit, I introduced myself to someone like a fangirl today. I've always wanted to meet Elizabeth Redenbaugh personally because I admire what she did so many years ago to try to prevent the neighborhood schools turning point in our community. And so I sat next to her in a session and I just took the opportunity to say, oh my goodness, it's you. So if you don't know about what she tried to do for our community, you should Google it. And I am excited because Tasha and I are launching the community school at Rachel Freeman this year, which is a new initiative. And you guys are about to be our network, so welcome aboard.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. All right, any more volunteers? Can we get one more? One more. I see her right there.
Hello, my name is Nicole Ballard. I am a youth support counselor at the Boys and Girls Club of Southeastern North Carolina. And I enjoyed my session with Ashley and Ashley in Connections. And basically with our job, we try to be a resource for our families, our kids, our staff in the Boys and Girls Club with the community. So it was also very important to hear how Connections make our families feel and, you know, empathizing with them, with the jobs that, or the responsibilities that they have, or us supporting them. And also, like Communities in Schools, we will be using you guys as a resource for us as well, because as you know, our families need all of us. We can't compete, we all need to partner. So it's great to be here amongst everyone great working with our kids.
Perfect, thank you so much. All right, if no one else wants to share, oh, I see a hand. Two hands.
My name is Joseph Luna. I wear a couple of different hats. I'm a community paramedic with Cape Fear Valley Mobile Integrated Health, the community paramedic program. And I work in the behavioral health division there, dealing with those in substance use, mental health crisis, and homelessness. And we currently use a lot of the services already here, and I'm greatly appreciative of all those services. The other hat that I wear is in the Boy Scouts of America. I'm actually with the Alamance District, BSA, as a training chair, and then I'm bringing kind of mental health awareness to our youth serving organizations that way as well.
All right, thank you. All right, we have one more. Can you raise your hand again? All right, there she is.
You hold the mic? Yes. Why? I'm kind of loud too, so I'm not going to get too close to the mic. My name is Yolanda Daniels, and I attended the burnout session this morning. Really enjoyed it. Could see myself in the examples that she was given and had a really good talk with the presenter afterwards. So definitely want to try to network with her.
Awesome, thank you so much. All right, yep, give her a round of applause. All right, so it's almost time for Kenny to come to the stage. We have a short video that we want to share with you before Jim and Kenny come out. And Jim is going to do a great introduction. And also, I want to remind you that after this program ends at 2, there's a film that can be watched here. And I think it will be of great importance if you're interested in staying a little while longer. And Jim will tell you more about that. But we'll get that video going, and then Jim will be out to introduce Kenny.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. My name is James Allegretto, if you weren't here earlier. I'm bringing some tissues out because we're gonna have a hard conversation. If anybody feels triggered, we're gonna watch some videos. We're gonna talk with Kenny Anderson. If anybody feels triggered, we have services available for you. Okay, feel free to access those services at any time. So we have Kenny Anderson here, NBA All-Star, and I'm going to read a little bit from the top of his bio. Kenny Anderson, NBA All-Star legend, a product of the tough streets of Queens, New York, faced his fair share of adversities. However, he channeled his energy into basketball, becoming a national superstar on the court. Despite his struggles with adverse childhood experiences, which Kenny candidly admits, his resilience and determination shone through. He acknowledges that while basketball may have come easy, life is hard. Let's welcome Kenny Anderson. Okay, so Kenny, how are you doing today?
Doing great, doing great.
Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you coming in from Florida to spend a little time with us today, and we're going to learn some great things about you. So how this is going to work, Kenny Anderson has a documentary called Mr. Chibb's The Kenny Anderson Story. You can find it currently on Peacock. We took segments from the documentary that we're going to show on the screen. We're going to watch a segment of the documentary, and then we're going to discuss what's happening in the documentary. At the end, we'll take some questions from the audience. Sound good?
Yep, great.
Okay. So the first clip that we're going to watch is when Kenny was drafted into the NBA. So let's go ahead and play the first one.
Let's see who New Jersey selects. Here's David Stern.
With the second pick in the 1991 NBA draft, the New Jersey Nets select Kenny Anderson from Georgia Tech.
Oh my! A lot of people think that this is a point guard in the mold of Isaiah Thomas. That's a heavy burden to place on this young man who's only coming out of his sophomore year.
He was always extremely good in his field, but when that fame came, that's when all that attention came.
Having the finest season of his 3-year career, one of the best pure point guards in the NBA. A first-time All-Star from the New Jersey Nets, Kenny Anderson.
Okay, so when I visit schools and I visit different youth programs and I talk to kids and I ask them what they want to be when they grow up, they all say two things: a YouTuber or a professional ball player.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so growing up, did you see yourself in the NBA?
I got skilled with the game of basketball, but I just didn't see no way out for my mother. Me and my mother, she was my rock. So I got good at basketball early, and I said I could take this to another level for us, me and my mother. So that's where, the love of the game, the passion for basketball was my joy. Going down the playgrounds in Left Rack City, all over parks, just to play basketball because I loved the game and I loved the way it made me feel. And growing up in New York, I got away from all the bad things that could happen by being in the park playing basketball.
I can guarantee you that you are probably the only person in this room who's been an NBA All-Star.
Yeah, probably in this room, yeah. It was awesome.
So let us in on what it feels like to be an NBA player.
It was great to make it to the NBA because of financially, You know, and this is, I'm gonna keep saying, when you hear me, my mother, she was my rock. So I just wanted to take care of my mother as far as get her a beautiful house and give her what she wanted, because she was the one that raised me through thick and thin. It was tough raising, you know, a kid in New York. So when I made it, it was just awesome. You know, high school, college, but pro was pro was a business. High school and college, it was more joyful for me. It was more joyful for me.
So what was the most memorable moment that you had as an NBA player?
You know, probably being able to buy anything I wanted for my mother and myself. So I would have to say the first home I bought my mother in Glen Cove. She lived in it for 23 years. It was just an awesome feat for me to just buy my mother a home. It was just something that I wanted to do. I wanted to do everything for my mother because she's the reason I made it.
So the next clip we're going to look at is from the documentary where you go back to go visit your cousin.
Yeah.
And you're sitting in your cousin's living room with two of your sons.
Yeah.
So how many kids do you have?
I have 8, 5 girls and 3 boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's sitting.
I wasn't watching TV back then.
So this video has Kenny Anderson Jr.
Yes.
And Devin.
Devin, yeah.
And when they were younger, you didn't spend a lot of time with them. And here's where you're taking them to go visit. You're taking them on a little tour to go visit where you kind of grew up,
Yes.
right? So let's go ahead and play the second clip.
People find it really shockingly to believe that you're one of the greatest point guards in NBA history. I hope you know that. You played in one of the
Give me love.
You played in one of the most hardest eras.
Devin don't want to give me love. You don't have to give me love. You don't have to accept the fact that I'm your father. I'm your father. So you can like me or you don't. But you gotta honor your parents. You don't have to love me. You gotta honor and respect. You're gonna respect me, but you don't have to love me. So on that note, the way I was raised, I can't raise you the way I was raised. Because, I was at a dysfunctional home, drug addicts, alcoholics, abusive. Everybody got skeletons.
I never asked my dad about where he came from. Like when my dad grew up, it looked very hard. Like he was saying, he was like moving around and stuff, like not knowing where he was living. I did not know about that.
Kenny Jr. talks about you growing up. It seemed like it was hard where you grew up. So tell us a little bit about what your childhood was like.
Well, my childhood was dysfunctional. I come from my mother raised me. Didn't know my father until I was 30. Drug-infested homes. My whole family, most of my whole family, drug-infested, alcoholics. And I just happened to, get out of that situation through Vincent Smith, my mentor, Kenny Smith's older brother. Kenny Smith worked for TNT now, went to UNC. We both went to Archbishop Malloy. So, I listened a lot and I learned a lot, through him and through the Smiths. They lived right across the building from me. It was just different setups. It was just a different life setups for me. Just coming from that family, my family, the Andersons, it just was, just crazy. Now that I look back on it, and it just was a rough childhood, in the 80s. In the 80s was tough.
So what's your relationship like with your kids today?
That's the big thing now. I'm back in all their lives, and I'm trying to. That's the one thing I'm trying to become a better father. and I got 8 kids, so I'm back in 5 of their lives. I'm trying to catch hold on 3 of them, just reaching out to them more, and trying to, tell them, how to live the correct way. And, it's been up and down. I've been reaching them, and then they don't call me for a week. They don't call me for a month, 2 months, and I'll call them back. So I gotta stay on them. And that's what I plan on doing, and that's what I've been doing. So it's been, I gotta be there for, all the events and things like that. And just trying to reach out to my kids is very important to me in this life now. I'm 53 years old, and I want to be in their lives. I want to be in my grandkids' lives, and it's bigger than basketball. It always has been.
So when you were growing up in a dysfunctional family,
Yeah.
did you ever feel alone at that point?
No, because my mother took me away from them. From 1 to 9, I lived in South Jamaica, Queens. And then from 9 to, 18, I lived in Left Rack City. My mother used to tell me, my mother was so honest, and that's where I get my honest. She was just telling me, listen, we got to move out of here. Our family's dysfunctional and things. So we moved to Left Rack. It was great. And that's where me and I was raised at.
We saw your mom in the first video
Yeah.
when you were being drafted.
Yes.
It was an emotional time for her. It was almost like a dream come true.
Yeah, definitely. But basketball, like 13, 14, she started realizing that I had something special with the game of basketball. But it's funny, when I was like 11, I was bringing all these trophies home. My mother would never come watch me play. She was like, who you stealing them trophies from? So she thought I was stealing trophies. She wouldn't come to my games. Then she started, I started getting all this publicity, in New York. And she was like, wow, you can really play, huh? She didn't know. And then she started realizing that I had skill to play basketball,
So we're going to look at the third clip. The third clip is you talking, you're traveling from one place to another and talking about depression.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at that clip.
Well, I fight with a lot of things. I still fight depression at times, and it's very moody. Like, it comes and goes at the weirdest times. I can be like in a joyful moment. It's like something exciting has just happened to me, and I just still be in a rut, I got to go back to my therapist because it was helping me. Because you kill yourself, you wind up, suicidal. So, I never been to that point. I just got my kids to live for. I got my family. I don't want to go out like that, but it's very hard sometimes.
Many people, when faced with things like this, may self-medicate. Did you ever find yourself doing that?
So at 35, I retired from the NBA. At 35. Who would stop working at 35?
Right.
So I didn't know what I was gonna do. I just got, depressed with my life, where it was going. I stayed asleep all day, stayed in the room all day. It's not a good thing. It's just crazy. But I got a therapist. I started seeing my therapist. My life started getting back, and just talking about therapists, I got to call her next week and get on a regimen plan, talking about my life, and she helped me a great deal.
So Kenisa and I were talking earlier about therapy and
Yeah.
the stigma that different cultures have towards getting help. Do you feel that same way, or?
Yeah. Now in the black culture, you know, why are you going to see a doctor? You crazy? I'm just, it's just that's the culture that I was brought up in. So it's a lot, But you gotta think about it. It's helping you, and then once you help you can help others. You can't help nobody if you're not straight, and that's the direction I'm going. I feel good now about my inner feels so good. Then I can help others and help the young men. I'm coaching now at Florida Coastal Prep. It's not about wins and losses. It's more about their lives. I use basketball as a crutch, but I try to, get into them and see a lot of young men need therapy. What's going on now. And I need it. And once I get it, I can just, say certain things that should have helped them. I'm getting back into reading books now, doing peaceful things to soothe my mind, to soothe my body, just to, do it the right way.
So you have a voice. So
yeah.
How would you address the stigma that people of color have towards therapy?
Just you shouldn't. When I'm talking about that, you shouldn't have stigma. You should try to help yourself. Regardless. Whatever. And this is what the world is going through with the prejudice. Just thinking about. I never been brought up into that prejudice world. I just never did because I went to Catholic school. So I was with Chinese, black, white, and then I went home into Left Rack, into the hood with all black people. So it just a matter. I just wasn't brought up like that, and I don't like it, and it just ruffles my feathers the wrong way. I just think people are people, and you should help those who help you, and look at them, and that's how you should live.
In the video, you mentioned that you never contemplated killing yourself,
No.
and so.
No, I love myself too much. I'm just not gonna kill myself. I'm just not gonna do that. I'm gonna figure it out. But it was some tough times. Believe me, it was some tough times for me. And I was drinking heavily. But I was drinking at home. In the room. I just wanted to just fall out, go to sleep, wake up tomorrow, do the same thing again, So it's just, that's just not a way to live. It's not good for your kids to see that. It's just really not. And I had to get out of it. And, I want to thank my wife, been awesome for me. And just, like I always say, don't say it, be about it, be about it. Everybody talk, and you run out here and they do the opposite. That's not what you should live for yourself.
That is fantastic. It's really insightful, and we wish that more people were able to do that. You've definitely become very resilient.
Yeah, a lot of people say that because all the trials and tribulations I had to go through in my life, I was able to overcome it, but because I always say that because I wanted to. I wanted to, and this is what I'm learning too. Listen to people before talking. Listen, get all the information, take it back, take it wherever, take it home, whatever, 24 hours, 24 to 48, think about it, and then call the person up and tell them how you feel about the situation, instead of just, oh, yeah, I'll do this, I'll do that. Wait. Get the information and, take it from there.
Don't be reactive.
Yes. Simple, don't be reactive.
So we're going to go ahead and look at the next video. So this one is you going back to Jamaica and talking about being sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and play the video.
From 1 to 9, I was over here in South Jamaica, my grandfather's house. This is where kind of some of the dark things I saw being around the drug ages in New York. We was 3 kids that we hung out a lot together, and on the block we had this one of the neighbors, man. When you get abused and molested, you kind of, and when who I was and everything, I kind of like put up a wall and kind of forgot a lot of the times on the sequence and what happened. But it was this block, and he used to lure us into his house and we'd play games or whatever, and then all of a sudden, he fondled us, and there'd never been no penetration, but he tried. And one time he tried, and I ran outside and just blacked it out. Because, I held it in for 30-something years. That kind of weighed on me and probably how I acted out in my life. So, I had to get therapy and still getting therapy for it. So if a lot of kids are ashamed, the number one thing is, it's not your fault,
So Kenny, I've known you for a few years now, right? When we met at another conference in Atlanta, and the thing about you that I really admire is that you're just a real guy.
Yeah.
You're just real. You put it out there, and I thank you for sharing this with us in a public forum. Did your mom or other adults ever know about this particular situation?
No, my mother passed away, and that's why I came out with my documentary, because if she was living, I probably couldn't have done that, because she probably would want to kill somebody. She probably would have got it done or whatever. And I didn't want my mother, living like that. But it was just the important people in my life didn't know. I just, and that's why I acted out. From high school to college, I became a star. Then pro, I became a star. I just threw it under the rug. But then when I retired, everything started hitting me. And I said, this might be the time I need to come out with it and let people know this is what I'm fighting, so I can get some help for myself. I was able to do that. And I was able to put it out, and people could see my story. So, because my story could help tons of others, thousands of kids, even athletes, NBA, NFL, soccer, everywhere, that's holding it in. They got to get it out so you can help others. Not only help others, help yourself. And I feel much better now that I've gotten it out, and I've got help. And I'm just moving forward. And I'm trying to become a better father, a better to my friends. I get a little emotional about this whole situation because I still got time. I'm still growing as a human being, and I'm 53 years old. So you're never too late. You gotta want to make it better for you and your family, and that's basically that's what I'm trying to do, trying to just be a better person, better human being.
So did this ever impact your hopes and dreams in high school or college when you were at Georgia Tech?
No. See, I had a gift of God to play basketball, so that was my joy. That was when I was on the basketball court, playing in the park, playing ball. That was my joy, But like my slogan on my documentary, life is easy. Life is easy. Basketball is easy. Life is hard. It was my life. It was my off the court life was just running out of control, and I had to catch myself, or I would have wrecked myself, because I see a lot of people that I grew up with way better than me in basketball and all that, but drugs and alcohol just affected their lives. They just not living good. And I'm living right now, but you just gotta keep the blessings. I go to worship every week. I got a worship group. We go over the Bible. We go over things that you're going through in life. It's just great. And one thing, I just feel much better. my whole soul feel better.
So now that you're in your 50s and able to reflect and think back to when this was really impacting you, and like it said in the video, you were internalizing it.
Yeah.
So in what ways did you act out that you can point back to now and say, that's obviously from when this happened?
Well, I had money, so, money was, girls, women partying too much, not working out on my game. So, that's basically getting anything I wanted, in life, and that's not good. But I had to go through that to see, what the consequences was. And, it's just not good at all to live like that. But that's how I lived, and it just was crazy. And it wasn't nothing criminal. I don't do nothing criminal because, first of all, I had money. Yeah, I had a lot of money, so I was just partying too much. And my thing, just women. I had a lot of kids, and just didn't really realize it at the time. But it just was going down a situation, just a rat hole that you would never come back from if it got worse.
Yeah.
It's been tough.
Everyone here in the room wants what's best for our children.
Yes.
Knowing what you know now, after this experience, what would you think would have helped you through the healing process back then?
Yeah, nothing. I just come from a broken family. I come from, a single mother. My mother at the time was on drugs. She cleaned herself up. My family was on. So I would say nothing. I had to learn, what I went through to be at this point now in my life, and now I can give it off to help my son and my daughter, and that's what I'm doing. I say, hey, I've seen everything. I've seen it all. So you can't throw nothing over. You can't throw nothing. Kids, they can't throw nothing over my head. So that's what I tell them, and I got some great kids. They doing extremely well in life. I'm just so happy of they taking my word and they just living a great life. I really do. I got a blessed life, man.
So we're going to go ahead and we're going to watch the next video. The next video is you going back to New York, visiting your mother's grave.
Yeah. Though she probably would ask me if I'm all right. I'm work in progress, doing all right, family's all right. Definitely where I was before you passed. I think you would be proud of me as far as, better husband, better father. I think the best thing you probably would be turning in your grave is definitely a better father. Went back to school, got my bachelor's. Wish you could have been there to see it. You would have been very proud of me. But other than that, I'm all right. I'm all right. She hardly called me Kenny. It wasn't Kenny. It was Mr. Chibbs.
Okay, so I know it's hard to say. I know that's really hard. I know that your mom is looking down on you and is proud today. Can you share with us?
Yeah. Thank you. This Mr. Chibbs. My mother named me. She called me Mr. Chibbs when the doctor brings the baby to you. So I didn't know my name was Kenneth until like first grade when we went to register me. I was like, Mom, who's Kenneth? She's like, you, boy, that's you. I didn't know my name, so I named my documentary Mr. Chibbs. So everybody in Left Rack and Queens, all Queens, call me Chibbs. Chibbs, Chibbs. My mother called me Mr. Chibbs. That was my name to her. So Kenneth, I hate Kenneth. Don't call me Kenneth. Call me Kenny. I wish you would have named me Kenny. But that's the I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry.
So Kenny, looking back now, what do you think your mother would be the most proud of everything you've done in your life to this point?
I said it on there, and I went back, and got my degree from St. Thomas University in Miami. That was big. She always wanted me to be educated. She wanted me to be educated, go to school. And I did that for her. Not for her, but for me. I went back and I went to Georgia Tech for 2 years, got out and then didn't know what I was going to do with myself. And I went back to St. Thomas University and got my bachelor's. And that's really huge for me, man. So I was really excited. I wish she would have been there to see it, but she wasn't. And it's great. I look at that, my bachelor's degree all the time. I framed it. It's very important to me. Very important to me because it was about a lot of hard work and going back to school when you 30-something years old. I'm like, man, that's rough. That's rough. And I got through it, so I was just happy. I was happy, but that it wasn't so much the basketball thing and everything. It's just the school and the professors that I met and people that's helped me throughout my life. That's what matters to me the most.
So we're going to take some questions from the audience. Okay. Before we do, one last question from me. What's next for Kenny Anderson?
Well, I just want to give back to these young men. I'm coaching right now. I'm excited. Season starts in October, November. They start school September 25th at Florida Coastal. That's from Fort Walton, Florida. It's like 45 minutes from where I live. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm excited about that. And me personally, I just want to, like I said, I want to get back into reading. And I'm a loner. I'm by myself majority of the time. I want to get back into reading and doing motivation things and just live my life in a positive manner. Trying to live my life in a positive manner and just help others. That's basically my goal. What I'm doing.
So I think if we can find Royce, wherever she is out there. Royce is out there. So Royce, do you have some Sharpie markers? Okay, can we go ahead and give some to Kenny? Then maybe we'll sign some of these basketballs and give them away.
You should have got like 300 basketballs out.
Yeah.
Should have signed. I would have signed all of them for the whole crowd. Come on. It's only 6 balls.
So everybody does have a Kenny Anderson photo in your program.
That's what you did. I forgot. Yeah.
So everybody does have a Kenny Anderson photo in your program, and feel free after this presentation, after Dr. Barnett's presentation, in between going to the Resilience film, feel free to get an autograph from Kenny Anderson. And listen, when you get your picture autographed, it is a page that comes out of the program. Feel free to hang that in your office, when you meet with parents, when you are in the gym, at the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club, anywhere that you are, and tell the Kenny Anderson story of how he has minimized his adverse childhood experiences and became a better person today.
Yep.
Okay, so are we ready? Okay, so let's go ahead and ask some questions. I can't see out there, so I'm going to leave it up to you, Royce.
It's not a question. Yeah. It's more of thank you. You and I come from the same neighborhoods.
Yes.
We live the same life.
Yeah.
It's like you say, sharing you is like saying the same thing for me.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have another question out there?
Kenny, I'm Ben David. I'm the district attorney. We met last night.
Yeah.
I'm also the same age as you, and I watched you play ball, and I'm such a bigger fan today than I was all those years ago. Can we give this man a hand for coming to Wilmington? Seriously now. I know I mentioned this earlier, but we're the home of Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I know that.
And
I've been looking for him. I told him on Instagram, yo, I'm in your town. Holla at me.
So, just a real quick Michael Jordan story, and it's then a question to you. 8 years ago, during the birth of the Black Lives Matter movement, Ferguson, Missouri, officers were killed in Dallas. You might remember all of that. And Mike gave away $2 million of the more than $1 billion that he has. Wow. He gave $1 million to the NAACP because he said, we can do a lot better in the criminal justice system than I'm seeing. And then he gave $1 million to the Policemen's Benevolent Association because as the son of a man who was murdered, he said, we actually need to love and support the police too. It's what the judge and I talked about earlier. It's not either or, it's yes and. My question to you with your platform that you have and the voice that you so clearly articulate to young men who I'm sure look up to you, how do we get the message across that the people in the criminal justice system can actually help young men who are victims like you instead of taking matters into their own hand where they might be a victim today and a defendant tomorrow?
Yeah, that's a deep question. I really, and I've grown up with a lot of criminals, in my neighborhood and things of that nature, but that's really tough. The trust factor is huge. The upbringing is always a problem. Some of these kids just don't get it, don't understand it. They're not getting the right education at home. They being raised by one parent, a mother. It's so tough, and I don't see I was just listening to you last night. A right answer. It's tough. Every city and everywhere. I don't, because the world is just a bad place, man. I really, it's just gonna be tough. I can't even answer it and be a stickler for the answer because there's no correct answer. It's just tough. And among black kids and Spanish, it's just tough, man. The racist problem and things in the world, and we shouldn't be like that, but it is. And it's so many people, and I just don't see, how we could straighten it and fix this whole thing out. I really don't. I just try to live my best life I can live, so I can give off. I can't, reach a zillion kids, but I might can reach one or two, and then they can follow it off, and they can give their blessings off, and that's how I can help. All I know how to help is I gotta be better. I gotta be a better human being. And once that occur, things will change. But that's the question I really don't have an answer to.
Ben, thank you. Next question. Oh, over here on this side. Run, Royce, run.
Sorry. Thank you. Kenny, I appreciate your story.
Yes.
When you met your father, like me, my father, my mother and dad, they divorced when I was 8. Yeah. Went back to New York, Long Island to see him. I had to search for my dad. Wow. And when I found him, he wasn't in a good place. But I felt like a little boy when I finally met him and just was proud of it. How did you feel when you met your father?
I met him when I was 30, but I knew because he used to come when I was in high school and playing in all the summer leagues. He would come because he was on drugs, so I had to stay away. My mother didn't want me to be around him or whatever. So then when he came at 30, I don't know. That's a good question because I think I was just enjoying.
like joyful. Okay, I met him. You know, hope you're doing well in life, and you know, it's cool. But about a few years after that, he married. They got back together and married each other. My mother and my father. So it's just a crazy situation. But now I was named Kenneth through a boyfriend who took care of me. His name was Kenneth, so my mother named me after him. But Otis Brown is my father. You know, he passed away about 5-7 years. He was great. He was great. So I had, you know, my mentors. I had mentors in my life. Pierre Turner was a judge in New York. Vincent Smith, Kenny Smith, older brother, these were my mentors. Those was like my father figures. So, you know, I had got to a point where, you know, they were like and then my community, Left Rack City, took care of me. You know, they watched over me. So I just had, I had both worlds. You know, I had both worlds. My high school coach, I went to Archbishop Malloy High School, a powerhouse in Queens, New York. Jack Curran, who was a basketball coach, he was a baseball coach and a basketball coach. I just read it. I had some great mentors in my life, and I just listened to them and follow lead, man. And everything worked out for me. But you know, fathers, just I got 3 forefathers. You know.
I do as well. And I also remember you when you came to Myrtle Beach to the Beach Ball Classic and you dropped 63 on my cousin.
Yeah. You know, Myrtle Beach. You know, my Kenny Anderson showcase to help small schools. I just started that last 2 weeks ago. I was in Myrtle Beach, so I'm really happy about that. So, you know, I'll be doing that every year at Myrtle Beach, the Kenny Anderson showcase for kids that not big time Division I, but NAIA, Division II, getting these young men in different colleges of their choice, just getting them educated. Playing basketball is good, but education goes farther. And I think, you know, that's what I'm doing. So I'm excited about going back to Myrtle Beach because that's where it's all started for me, you know, playing in the Christmas tournament in Myrtle Beach. It was awesome.
Okay, so do we have another question? Okay, 1 second. Before we get to that question, let's go ahead and pull a name and have somebody come up here and get a signed basketball. Okay. Yolanda Daniels. Okay.
Well, I got to take it out the box.
Take it out.
Oh.
Yeah. Yolanda, where are you? Okay, there we go.
All right, that's awesome.
And we'll give him the box so it doesn't roll around the tables. Royce, do you want to come over? Royce, do you want to come over here and grab the ball so you'll be able to come up here? Okay.
Okay.
Yolanda, thank you.
Thank you.
You want the box? Yeah. Here's the box. Okay. Okay, the next one we have is Sylvia Jab.
Okay, Atlanta. Okay, that's what's up.
Yeah, and he was a backup point guard in high school at Chamblee.
Chamblee.
Yeah. So
I'm trying to get it out the box.
So did your husband know that Kenny was going to be here today?
I left that part
Okay,
out
okay.
and I left before he finished his workout. So,
Okay.
because I didn't know this was, I didn't want him to make me feel jealous. So.
Okay.
So while we're at it, where's your program? Let's get that signed too.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know that you can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I ripped it up.
Well, I'll take it out of your bag anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so our next basketball is Lauren Lee. Okay, so Royce, she's going to have the next question for you. She's going to have the next question, so let's go get a question from her.
Okay, so I asked this up there, but he wanted me to ask in front of everyone. So I was asking if you ever catch yourself quoting your mentors. The last question was about you were talking about your mentors. So what advice do you find yourself talking to your kids that you teach now?
Yes, always. It's where I learned from all my mentors. So I try to give back a lot of information that they gave me to them. You know, even my family, my sons, young men I'm coaching. I just want those young men to be good citizens, good people, and work on your game if that's what you want to do in life. If you want to play in the NBA, I tell you, you gotta work on your body. You gotta watch what you put in your body. You gotta be in shape, and it's tough. But if you want it, you can go get it, you know, with hard work.
Okay, we have another question over here.
Oh, I won't debo you. Thank you. So my question, Mr. Kenny, is twofold. What do you think was your biggest takeaway given all of the things you experienced in your childhood that kept you motivated to be successful in the NBA? And then what would you say up to this point, since you've been retired and living life and transitioning and going through all the things to get to your healing journey, would be your biggest takeaway now?
My biggest takeaway, you know, making it and playing, you know, in the NBA is my mother. That was my biggest takeaway. You know, I wanted to, you know, her to be happy, and she loved the way I played basketball, so it would make her smile when I do well. So, you know, and also finances, I wanted to buy my mother a home. I was able to do that, and she was able to live a good life. And now I'm just, you know, transitioning on myself, just trying to make myself happy. And, you know, that's just changing my life is you know, always being there for someone, for someone else, but what about yourself? You know, and that's where it's tough to do if you've been that provider all the time, But, you know, I'm doing it pretty well. I just try to take what I like to do and do it, period, hands down. That's what we all gotta strive for, but you know, we don't, because we got family, we got our wives, we got our kids, you know, but you gotta look at yourself. How are you doing for yourself? Once you know how you do, then you can make other people happy. But, you know, through all the heartbreaks that I had throughout my life, and then one thing I like to say was, you can't hold grudges on nobody. That's over with. You know, you live and learn, you move on, you get better. But don't never, you know, gripe over people that hurt you and things of that. There's just no need, because you really hurt yourself. By still thinking about that, you might not be going forward, working, doing all your things you could do for yourself because you're worried about somebody else. It's not correct. It's not proper.
Okay, so let's pull another name out. Nicole Ballard. Boys and Girls Club. I want to thank each of you for asking questions before and participating in the networking lunch. That's great that you did that. Fantastic pile of names here.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next person is Surrey County Schools' Patty Ballard. Yeah.
Oh, she's a Celtic fan. That's what's up.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so our last ball goes to Patty Swank. Patty, come on down.
How you doing?
You're going to get the last ball.
That's the last. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Pleasure. Oh, where you from, Jersey? Oh, okay, Marshall. I lived in Alpine. I lived in Fort Lee, Secaucus. My second daughter was born in Secaucus.
Okay, Royce, we have time for one last question.
So I might struggle to get this out because the question is deeply personal, but I saw a lot of similarities when you were talking about you and your mom. And I have a 22-year-old son. We have an amazing relationship. And as a mom outside looking in, I can see his anger, his pain, things from his past, similar to what you shared. And he would greatly benefit from therapy. I'm a counselor. I do therapy, so I know, you know. And it is so hard sometimes for young Black men to get therapy. So my question is kind of twofold. One, maybe what advice would you give to a Black male who you know needs that therapy? I know that it will help my son, and he repeatedly, Mom, I'm not doing it. I'm not going to talk to nobody about my problems, like that kind of thing. That would be my first part of the question. What advice would you give? And maybe either or, as his mom, how can I best support him without judging him? I mean, I just know that that's the missing piece that he needs to heal. You know, struggling to keep a job, always angry, similar to so much. I mean, I was watching the video, you know, your video clippings, and I sat back there and cried because I saw the similarities. So what advice would you give to a Black male, and how can I best support him as his mom?
Well, the advice I would give him, you know, I would need to, you know, I would talk to him and tell him, listen, if I did it, you could do it. You know, you should try to get help because you're going down the wrong path right now. But we need someone to talk to. You know, I don't care, you know, what we're going, we need someone to talk to, and a therapist don't have to, you know your business. You talk and then you leave, you feel much better, you know, and he needs to talk to somebody that he believes in, sponsor, so on, and boom, the light bulb will come on. But he's not gonna listen to you or anybody, he's just not gonna listen. He's gotta listen to somebody that's going, that he believes in. And that's what I did. I said, hold up. You know, my life is out of order right now. I'm just going crazy. So I had to get some help. But I wanted to talk to somebody that didn't know me from a can of paint. You know? So and that's where and when I went, first time I was second, I said, oh man, this is getting good. I could sit on the couch and express my feelings and tell her, and she could tell me, you know, what I should be doing, give me top tips
on how to, do certain things and live a correct way, But I think you gotta you gotta reach out to someone because it's not gonna get any better. It's just gonna get worse if he's not going to talk to anybody. Period. You need somebody to listen to him, get out all his anger, talk to him, and then the doctor give him certain things he should be working on. And maybe, with the anger and all, who knows, it ain't a medication, type thing. I don't know. I'm just, throwing that out there. You just don't know. Because with the COVID issue, everybody got a little nutty. Everybody. Everybody. I'm just, so it was just a bad time in the world.
Unfortunately, we're out of time to take any more questions. Kenny, thank you so much for coming here and being part of the 2024 Youth Resilience Summit. Yep. This is absolutely fantastic. And let's give Kenny a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank all of you.
So, Kenny will be around, for the rest of the afternoon. Please feel free to grab him, get an autograph, talk to him. Happy to stay around and talk. Yep. Kenny, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
fun? All right, we have another speaker. We have Dr. Barnett from Warner Temple AME Zion Church is going to come and share some words with us. And again, I want to remind you about the free bonus program at the end. KPJR Films is going to share, and then there's a 30-minute conversation after if you are interested in staying for that. And then one more thing, I know people are concerned. Yes, you can take a duck from the table. Please feel free to take a duck or two to remind you of this experience you had today. Can you please clap for Dr. Barnes to come to the stage, please?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am at a disadvantage because I'm gonna call him Kenneth, because Kenny kind of messed me up as well as he messed many of you up. And I just want to say, I'm gonna start with praying. So let's pray. Father, thank you for what our ears have heard. Thank you, God, for even the tough stuff that you carry us through. Now would you take a moment and bless the words that we're going to say, and may it just help us to continue to grow and be more like you. In his name I pray, amen. All right, thank you. That helps me to get kind of calm. First of all, thanks to the members of the Summit Committee for allowing us to be here. Thank you for those who sponsored, the sponsors, and thank you for the founders. And have you not had a good time? Have you not had a great time? And this is actually, when you come to things like this, for me, it's almost like drinking out of a fire hydrant. You know, you just get, and you want to take it all in, but you realize that you can't take it all in. And so I want us to kind of do a gut check. I'll ask you to do a gut check while we're here. And my gut check is to remind us that there are two good things you need to know. Number one, the good thing is you were here, and then the good thing is you were here, okay? Good and bad things. And I want to just kind of talk to you a little bit about, I grew up in Rockville, Maryland, and every African-American male's story is not the same, okay? That's the first thing, listening to Kenny's story. I grew up in Rockville, Maryland. I knew my dad. My dad lived in the house with us. My mom and dad lived together. I was one of 8 children. I am one of 8 children. I'm the third oldest. My mom named the girls Erlene and Eileen, and she named the boys Clarence, Clifford, Clinton, Clement, Carlton, and Clayton. As a matter of fact, my mama's name was like this: Clarence McKinley, Clifford Donald, Clinton Dallas, Clement Dallas, Carlton Daniel, and Clayton McKinney. So if I'm sitting in front of my dad, just like he and I are the only ones in the house, he'd go, Clank, Clifford, clink, 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 boy! You know I'm talking to you. But I grew up in a neighborhood in Scotland where we grew up, and if you walk down the street, and I walked down the street 5 times, and on the 4th turn, I didn't speak to Mr. Matt, who was sitting on the porch. Mr. Matt would then call home or send a message to my dad and say, George, one of your boys came down here, and he didn't even part his lips. He didn't even speak to me. And then my dad would make all 6 of us line like little ducks, and we'd go down and we'd say, good afternoon, Mr. Matt. Good evening, Mr. Matt. But I grew up in a neighborhood where the neighborhood took care of you. Everybody watched out for each other. And so I want to just talk just for a few moments from the thought entitled, You're Enough. You're enough. You, with all of your weaknesses, with all of your frailties, with all of the things that you're afraid of, the things that scare you most, you are enough. You're enough. You're enough. You're enough. And I know when I come to these kind of things, boy, I'd love to stay. I'd love to just hang out with you guys all the time. I'd love to stay here and get ducks. Man, I'd love to just stay and connect and meet with people and just talk about things. And I'd love to just be, matter of fact, I'd like to maybe be a part on this staff. This is a nice little building. Maybe they need a janitor or somebody to clean them. I'd love to stay. But would you look at your neighbor and say, but you got to go back? No, say it like you mean it. You got to go back. You've got to go back. You've got to go back to that job. You've got to go back to who sent you. You've got to go back. I know you'll hear negativity. I know you'll hear people who will doubt what you've done. I know you'll go back and some of those folks say, what you heard is really not going to work. I don't know, all of that scientific stuff, that's not going to work. It's almost like Eeyore. Every time you come up with a great idea, Eeyore, I don't think it's going to work. And you'll run into those folks who are very negative. Don't look around, they may be sitting next to you, but you'll run into them. You'll go back to work, and folks will say, it's not going to work. You'll go back to your jobs, and folks will say, it's not going to work with that family. It's not going to work with that boy. It's not going to work with that girl. They're always the same. It's not going to work. They'll tell you, don't try it. They'll say, look, it's good in the laboratory. That's what folks do in Greensboro. That's what folks do in High Point. That's what folks do in Raleigh or Charlotte. It's not going to work. And I want to say to you, as was said earlier, we're people of hope. I'm a person of hope. I believe, I strongly believe, deep down in my heart, deep down in everything that is about me, I believe that it does work. And I believe that God doesn't accidentally place us where we are. I don't believe that I'm accidentally placed on this stage, that God made a mistake. I don't believe that when my mama and daddy had me, that God said, oops. My daddy may have said that, but anyway, I don't believe that I'm a mistake. I kind of believe that this scripture says something about you are fearfully and wonderfully made. And I believe that when my hands came out of my mother's womb, that God had a plan for me, that he said, I've got an assignment for you. I've got something that I want you to do. And I believe that you're here in this place at this time, in this moment of your life, and it's not an accident. And it's not that you've got the wrong family. It's not that they gave you the wrong file. It's not that you're working at the wrong school. It's not that you're employed by the wrong employer. I believe that it's destined, that we heard the things that we heard. We felt the stuff that we felt. We had Kenny talking. We've had all the other speakers speak only because there's something my grandmama says that I have to do what has been assigned my hands to do. And so I just want to stop long enough to tell you, as you look at your duck, look at your duck. I want to tell you, you and your duck, you're enough. Yeah. You're enough. Hear me? You're enough. You're enough. But I don't have the resources. You're enough. But I don't have the skills. You're enough. But you don't know the families that come in my way. You're enough. But you don't know the people that come to my door. You are enough. So there's a couple of things I want you to do to help yourself. Is number one, the first thing is I want you to make sure, and Mr. Kenny said it, he says, take care of yourself. You got to take care of yourself. Number one is take care of you. You remember that illustration when you're on the airplane and the stewardess says, now if we happen to run out of oxygen, I always hate when they say that, but if we run out of oxygen and the tank comes down, they'll say to you, you put the tank on who first? You put it on you. And then they say if you're riding with children, you put it on the child. And I always say if I'm riding with children, I'm going to put it on me first, and then I'm going to put it on the one I like the best second, and then the one I like, that's what I'm going to do. That's the way I'm going to work it, okay? But no, can I tell you, take care of yourself. Take care of you. I always look at it like this. It's God, family, and then it's church for me. It's God, family, city council. It's God, family, smart start board. It's God, family, whatever else I'm involved in. But I'm always going to look after me and my family. Anybody hear me? Because, see, I know too many workers that give and give and give and give and give to organizations, and their families are shocked. Their families are just dysfunctional, not because we're not taking care of what has been placed in our hands. Anybody hearing what I'm saying? Hello? If you hear what I'm saying, just wave your duck at me. Wave your duck at me. Wave your duck at me just for a minute. Just wave your duck at me and say, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand that I've got to take care of me and take care of my family. You've got to do that, okay? Take care of yourself. Take time to take care of yourself. And then, secondly, I'd want to share with you that you've got to do what you can, okay? That's all. Do what you can. My grandmother was the one who taught me to do what had been assigned my hands to do. So what that meant to me is that Grandmama says, Cliff, you take care of the stuff that comes in your hands. You handle the things that you can do. Can I win them all? No. Will I make a difference in everybody's life? No. Ben always talks about the starfish. Will I be able to save every starfish? No. Will I be able to be effective in all of the lives that come across my path? No. But I will be able to save some. Hello? And so I want to challenge you to make sure that you, one, take care of yourself. I want to challenge you to make sure that, number two, that you do what you can. And see, the crazy thing about coming to things like this is that now that you know, you can't pretend you don't know. Now that you know, now that we've made connections, now that we've collaborated, now that we've listened to speakers from across this state and stuff, now that you know what you know, you can't pretend you don't know it. Now that you know what you know, we're all able to do a little better and do a little more. So I'm going to challenge each of us to, number one, to recognize that you're fearfully and wonderfully made. Recognize that you're just not an accident where you are. What? It's so crazy. Listen, I believe this, that the way God does stuff, it's so crazy that he'll even put people in your path that will intentionally be there to help you to do whatever it is has been assigned your hands. You may not always see it, but he does that. That's how awesome he is. So I want you to, number one, remember that. But also, number two, I want you to remember that you do the best you can with what you got. Oh, and then this third thing I just want to throw out with you is that I believe that there are times when the stuff in my hands is heavy. See, my grandmama used to say this statement, like something like this: the Lord will never put any more on you than you can bear. And Cameron, I believed that. And then all of a sudden I started saying, wait a minute. Because see, to be honest with you, there's some stuff that has been placed in my hand that's heavier than I can handle. I don't know about you. There's some families, there's some situations, there are some circumstances that seem to be a little difficult, more than I can handle. And so watch this. Do this with me for me, would you? Just hold your hand out for a second and just kind of shake it like this and put on in your hand, in your mind, all the stuff that you got to go through. You got it? Just put it in there. Just all the things that you've been dealing with. You know, the stuff that you thought about even while you were sitting here. The things that you were afraid when the phone beeped a little bit, you thought, oh my God, what is that? You know, and to be honest, listen, that stuff's heavy. And then at times, it seems heavier than I can bear. And so sometimes when I feel that it's heavy, I go like this, oh, ball your fist for me. Ball your fist, oh, it's too heavy, it's too heavy, it's too heavy. But then what I want you to do is I want you to take your left hand and just put it under that right fist, okay? And then I want you to lift it up. You see, that's the sign in sign language for the word help. And what I've learned, and it's just this crazy thing I learned, is that whenever there's too much in my hand, whenever I've learned that it's too heavy in my hand, whenever I've learned that it's got way more than I can handle, this is what God does. He somehow or another allows me to get some help. All right? And so the reason you gathered here and the reason we're collaborating is because you ought to be able to look at your neighbor and say, listen, when it gets heavy, I'll be able to make sense? When it gets heavy for you, I'll be able to. When it gets kind of tough, I'll be able to. When you seem like you can't get through, don't worry, I'll be able to just provide a little help. A little help. Because that's what I kind of believe, is that when it gets heavy and it gets tough, that God provides us with a little help. A little help. I remember one day I was cleaning my car. And I was cleaning the car not because I'm a clean freak, but I was cleaning my car because I was thinking about stuff. You ever been there? You know where you just like think about stuff and the stuff that you think about just gets heavier and heavier and heavier. And so I'm out there cleaning the car and I'm thinking about stuff. And see, a lot of times I'll think about stuff that's going to happen in 25 or in 2029 or something like that. And I'm starting to panic and I'm thinking, well, God, what are you going to do? God, how is this going to happen? God, who? And I'm starting to fuss and kind of complain with God. And I'm saying, God, look, all this stuff I got to do, and I'm worried about this and worried about that and just stressing all out. And I'm cleaning the car. And then God kind of says something crazy to me. Like, he says, hey, Dumbo, he called me by my first name. Hey, Dumbo, I've taken care of you before. I'll take care of you now. And I'm going, but God, but what about, and what about? And so I got out of the car, and I was walking around in the back to put something in the trunk. And just as I walked around in the back, Judge Corporation, the Lord sent a wind. Just a cool breeze. And that cool breeze kind of said to me, God said, I got this. I got this. So sometimes when I get really stressed and stuff starts to kind of weigh me down, I can hear God just a cool breeze. I got this. Or I know you think you don't have enough, but he said, I got this. I know you think that maybe it's going to be harder when I get back, but he's saying, look, I got this. Call out that family that you think is too much for you. You got one? 1, 2, 3, call them out. Ready? 1, 2, 3, call them out. I got you. The stuff that you've been worried about all along, God says, I got you. And I want to remind you that you are enough. Don't let anybody fool you. Don't let any of that negativity come in your ear. You know, sometimes some people you work with, When you see their car, your blood pressure goes right up, right? You ever notice that? You ever notice that? I mean, and then the crazy thing is, you see their car, you try to duck them, and they're standing right there in your cubicle. Yeah, right? But just know that when it gets tough, don't forget that God says you're good enough. You are. You're good enough. You're good enough. You're good enough. But I don't always make the right decision. You're good enough. But they just give me an extra load. You're good enough. You're resilient. You can handle it. Because not only will others help you, he'll help you. And not only will he help you, but he oftentimes sends a cool breeze that reminds me that I'm not in this thing by myself, okay? So I just thought I'd share with you that you are good enough, good enough. Take care of yourselves, okay? Take care of yourselves, but know for a fact that I'm good enough. I would beg of you, if you've not seen the Resilience movie, to please hang around and see it. It is life-changing. It will remind you of self-care. But more importantly, it will remind us of some of the real issues that some of the kids and the families that we're working with are going through. Again, thank you for your time. And again, would you hit yourself on the chest and say, man, I'm good enough. I'm good enough. I'm good enough. Bless you. I believe we have a special guest coming. Come on, you go. Go, baby. Go, dog.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, honey. Don't worry about that. Thank you, dear.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Dr. Barnett. All right, really quickly, I would just like to invite Bill and Dory Goebel to the stage. They're gonna say a few words real quick, and then we'll let y'all get out of here.
Thank you for staying a little longer. We have a surprise guest here. The Attorney General is going to speak to us for about 10 minutes, but my wife wants to say something before me, which is always a good thing to let her do.
I just want to again thank everyone for coming, but the main person in this room that I want to thank is Jim Allegretto. This would not happen without him. And the time and the effort and the passion and the commitment that he has put into it. So we so appreciate, we're so thankful that he wanted to come and help us at Youth of North Carolina do this work, because he's equally as passionate as Bill and I are. So please thank Jim for all of his work.
Thank you. So I'm going to do an introduction for the Attorney General. So I was told to stay on script, which is really hard for me, so bear with me. Josh Stein was sworn in his first term as North Carolina's 50th Attorney General in 2017, and his second term in 2021. As Attorney General, he is focused on protecting North Carolina families from crime and consumer fraud. He works to protect taxpayers, seniors, students, and military families from fraud. His Department of Justice has won awards of settlements of more than $3.2 billion, that's with a B, from scam artists since he's taken office. And he won back more than $295 million in restitution from Medicaid fraud. He's working to keep communities safe, recruit and retain well-trained law enforcement officers, keeping children safe online, like we learned today, improve data security, and lead a national effort to combat robocalls. Stein is also leading a national effort to combat the opioid crisis and get treatment and recovering resources for North Carolinians struggling with this terrible addiction. He's helped secure more than $50 billion, again with a B, toward opioid recovery, and is working hard to confront the fentanyl crisis by prosecuting dealers and traffickers, convening the fentanyl task force among local, state, and federal partners. He is also working to make North Carolina's law enforcement and criminal justice system fair, protect clean air and water, and fighting the teen vaping epidemic. His Department of Justice also houses the North Carolina Crime Lab, which analyzes evidence to help law enforcement investigate crimes in North Carolina Justice Academy and the Sheriff's Criminal Justice Education and Training Standards Division. Both of these work to train and certify public-spirited law enforcement. Stein previously served as a state senator, as a senior deputy attorney general in North Carolina of Department of Justice. In those roles, he's successfully led to put more violent criminals behind bars by extending the state DNA database. He wrote the School Safety Act and identifying Identity Theft Reduction Act as well. He's worked to protect our kids online, go after sexual predators, help run payday lenders out of our state who gave high-interest loans. Stein grew up in Chapel Hill. He's a graduate of Dartmouth. He earned law and public policy degrees from Harvard University, and he and his wife, Ann, have 3 children. May we welcome Attorney General Josh Stein.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to be with you all. Bill, thank you for that introduction. Dory, thank you for your leadership. What important work this summit is doing. And I'm really grateful to all of you for taking time to be here. Judge Corpening, always great to see you. I hope that it's been a successful summit. I trust that it has. Each person here works with the young people of North Carolina in some different way or another, whether it's in the classroom, in the schools, in the court system, with nonprofits. It's all about protecting kids. And that is not your job to do alone. It's the most important job of any of us, is keeping the children of North Carolina safe. It's what I've been doing as Attorney General, is protecting the people of North Carolina, especially vulnerable people, especially kids. And I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the ways we've been working on issues that are near and dear to your heart. We want to help children navigate the challenges that they face to keep them safe so that they can live healthy and happy lives. I know Ben had to leave, right? Ben David was here earlier. I just wanted to say a word of thanks, even in his absence, for his 25 years of work on this, and I know he's retiring, and I heard he's just going to be working on these issues still. What's he doing, Judge? All right. That's what we all aspire to in our retirement, is to work for Judge Corpening. He's just been an incredible partner, and I know he is now transitioning to another way to continue to do this important work that all of you are dedicated to doing as well. It's a good thing because we have a lot of work to do. This is a tough time for North Carolina's youth. I have 3 kids, and so I know how hard it is to help them navigate the onslaught of challenges that come at them from all directions and very quickly. Our kids are experiencing depression, anxiety, drug misuse, addiction, self-injury, suicide at alarming rates. So much so that the U.S. Surgeon General has declared a youth mental health crisis. And while we all wish that there was a single easy solution to these challenges, we know that there is not. There are too many factors at play. It's much more complicated than that. And as I saw your agenda, I'm impressed with the comprehensive approach that the summit took to these many challenges that our kids face, whether it is trauma or social media or the justice system. Many of these issues overlap, and the work that my office has been doing these past nearly 8 years. One issue, social media. We have a real concern about the way that technology is impacting the emotional and intellectual development of our kids. I don't have to tell you all about the dangers that children get exposed to online. TikTok, Instagram, other social media apps are keeping our kids hooked to their phones for hours out of the day, just so they can sell them more ads and make more money. Middle school students spend about 5.5 hours a day online. High schoolers are spending about 8.5 hours a day connected to the internet. I spent some time talking with some parents here in New Hanover last December, and I heard a lot of concern about how social media apps were disrupting their kids' sleep, their concentration, and their emotional well-being. The apps are exposing children to content that depicts abuse and disturbing sexual imagery, which can warp their understandings of what is a healthy and safe relationship. The companies look at our children not as precious resources to be protected, but as commodities to be exploited. That's why I am part of a bipartisan leadership group of state attorneys general from across the country to look at Meta. We've sued Facebook. We've sued Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, for designing their social media platforms to hook children and teenagers and to deceive the public by claiming that these platforms are safe and suitable for young people. We are also investigating TikTok for very similar concerns. These platforms must do better by our children. Social media is addicting our kids, but it's not the only addictive product they're being exposed to. Kids' brains are still developing well into their 20s. And if young people get addicted to any substance, it doesn't matter which, it forms the neural pathways of addiction in their brains such that it becomes much more likely that they will be addicted to other substances down the road. One company in recent years, Juul, the e-cigarette company, sparked a teen vaping epidemic. I met with children whose lives were turned completely upside down, failing grades, quitting sports, seeking medical treatment for their addiction. Juul designed, marketed, and sold its product, targeting young people, hooking them on nicotine, while the founders and original investors made billions of dollars. I was the first attorney general in the country to take Juul to court for hooking our kids on nicotine, and North Carolina was the first state in the country to hold them accountable, setting a standard the rest of the nation has now followed. We forced Juul to change their marketing and sales practices to better protect young people and won nearly $48 million to help kids conquer their addiction and prevent other children from ever becoming addicted in the first place. Juul, sadly, is not alone in its corporate greed. Purdue Pharma, its owners, the Sackler family, and other drug companies made billions and billions and billions of dollars while millions of Americans got hooked on opioid pills. And I have sat with countless parents across the state, including here in Wilmington, who've lost their children to this disease of addiction, and it absolutely breaks your heart. Overdoses used to be more common in middle-aged and older adults than in young people. That is no longer the case. Opioid overdoses nearly doubled among teenagers 14 to 18 in a single year, 2019 to 2020, nearly doubled. And then the next year, 2020 to 2021, it increased another 20%. People between 18 and 25 now have the highest rate of illicit prescription pill abuse. Addiction is clearly messing with our young children's heads. So North Carolina led the national bipartisan coalition of state attorneys general to take those big opioid drug companies to court, and we are winning more than $50 billion. Our state share is nearly $1.5 billion. New Hanover County and Wilmington's combined share is $35 million, of which they've already received about $8 million. Those funds have to go to harm reduction, prevention, treatment, or recovery services. It will help people who are sick with addiction enjoy a healthier and happier future. I visited with Margaret Weller-Stargel and the folks at Coastal Horizon a few years ago. Any Coastal Horizon people here? Thank you. Thank you for all the work that you do. And we talked about ways we can help people who are addicted. And medication-assisted therapy, medication-assisted treatment provides a very hopeful path towards helping folks overcome their dependence on morphine molecules. It's the kind of treatment that needs to be made more available across the state. These solutions and others that our funds have helped get off the ground reduce demand for opioids, but we also have to reduce supply. That's why I convened a statewide fentanyl task force of local, state, and federal law enforcement so that we can work together to better cooperate to fight the drug traffickers who are bringing now what is fentanyl. It started out as opioid pills, then it became a heroin crisis, and now it's a fentanyl crisis. It's all the same chemical molecule. It's just it gets cheaper and cheaper and cheaper to manufacture, which makes it difficult for those of us who are combating it. Too many North Carolinians are dying of overdoses, so we must keep at this work to keep our kids healthy and that they stay healthy. The last subject I want to talk about is the work we do at the Department of Justice to protect kids from abuse, particularly sex abuse. Earlier this summer, I got opportunity to visit the Carousel Center here in Wilmington. Any Carousel Center people here? All right, they do incredible work who are helping child sex abuse victims survive and heal from that abuse so that they can become survivors. In 2019, my office drafted and championed the Safe Child Act to protect kids wherever they are, whether they're at school, whether they're at play, whether they're at church, whether they're at camp, whether they are online. There is now a duty for every adult above the age of 18 who has reason to believe a child is being abused to report it to law enforcement. Kind of amazes me that that was not a requirement of anyone adult in the past. It is now. And online, the Safe Child Act bars high-risk sex offenders from having any contact with kids under the age of 16. We recently, just this past summer, drafted and championed legislation to modernize our laws against sex crimes to account for the use of artificial intelligence. The bill, which the General Assembly passed unanimously and Governor Cooper signed into law, gives law enforcement and prosecutors the tools they need to protect kids and adults from AI sex crimes, whether it's child pornography, revenge porn, or sextortion. When we come together across party lines, we can actually get good things done for the people of this state. With so many challenges facing our kids, addiction, social media, crime, they cannot deal with these issues alone. It takes all of us together to support them. Having you in their corners, you as their champions, you as their emotional support is a huge and important start. And I want to thank all the folks who do this work in the community with our children. I'm going to keep fighting for you, for our teachers, for our students, for our schools, for our families. The work will not ever end. It certainly won't be solved overnight. But we can make progress, and that's what we should aspire to do at every turn. Nothing is more important than protecting our young people, and God willing, I look forward to doing that work with you all in the months and years to come. Thank you for having me today, and thank you for what each and every one of you does.
Thank you, Attorney General. We appreciate those words, and we want to thank you with our rubber duck. We have a small budget, but that will work. So you probably didn't get one of those yet, so there you go.
My first rubber duck.
All right, there you go. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
That's it, folks. Thank you all so much for being here. And again, a reminder, if you're interested in the free bonus program, it's down the hall in the Treasure Island room. If you're looking for your credits, this evening you'll receive an email. At the bottom of the email, there's a survey. Fill that out, and then you will get sent the credits that you want. You guys got new tools in your toolbox? Go out there and change the world. Thank you.